Chapter 1176. Longhu stood in the air, roaring at the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and a powerful earth yuan aura spread with him at the center. The roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded throughout the entire sacred region. All the beasts in the world prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. When the fleeing earthly prime powerhouses heard the Longhu sovereign's furious roar, they realized that the Longhu sovereign had successfully broken through. The fleeing earthly prime powerhouses were both vexed and frightened. With the Longhu sovereign's breakthrough, the everlasting sect had gained another great general. They knew that the everlasting sect was about to become one of the continent's superpowers. The Longhu sovereign's aura caused everyone's expression to change. The princess looked at the dazzling Longhu in the sky and muttered, "Could it be that the everlasting sect will really have a sovereign?" The middle-aged devil said, "Under normal circumstances, it's a fact that Longhu has become a sovereign. There's also an abnormal situation. If he went to another world, no one could guarantee that Longhu would be able to become a sovereign. This world is the lowest level of existence. An existence like the Longhu sovereign is already a peak existence. He can be considered a miracle. However, there are many such miracles in the Earth Yuan world. That is a place where experts gather. There are all kinds of existences there. Battles are frequent there, and anyone can die there." The middle-aged devil looked at Longhu, then at the other Earth Yuan experts of the everlasting sect. After breaking through to the Earth Yuan realm, they can leave and go to another world. However, they haven't left because that world is too cruel. The princess nodded. She had some understanding of that other world. Longhu's berserk aura gradually dissipated, and the dazzling light around him faded. When he landed, he had transformed into a graceful youth. Zi Chen. Longhu looked at Zi Chen with joy. Zi Chen nodded. "Congratulations." Beside him stood the old bull in his human form. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Longhu. "Oh my, Longhu Supreme. The real Longhu Supreme is emitting an invisible pressure that makes one's heart tremble. Longhu, congratulations on your breakthrough." The devil ape transformed into a streak of light and went forward to congratulate him. The old bull's pupils shrank when he saw the devil ape. This was clearly the sky-splitting battle ape. After that, Zhong Haotian, Lu Peng, and the others went up to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Old Cow's eyes were wide open as he matched the names of these people in his mind. He had followed Zi Chen for 1,000 years, and he had learned about some of the powerful people in the Boundless sect through casual chats. Immediately after, the Torvosaurus and the flying divine tiger appeared. Sensing the pressure of a superior being from the other party, the old ox's expression became very agitated. Staying with these existences all day long, his body was naturally tainted with their aura. Old Cow already felt that he was somewhat extraordinary. Then, the old bull saw a few of Zi Chen's close female friends. Sure enough, they were all exceptional beauties. "All right, let's not stay here any longer. Let's return to the sect first." Zi Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to return. "What do we do with these corpses?" LV Peng looked at the Earth Prime corpses in the distance. These were all Earth Prime corpses that had died for the Boundless sect. They were members of the Boundless sect when they were alive. Naturally, they are the souls of the Boundless sect when they die. Find a separate small world to bury them. In the future, that place will be the resting place of the Boundless sect's experts, Zi Chen said. This was what he had thought before. Earth Prime had died in battle. Naturally, he couldn't refine his body and disappoint the others. Zi Chen brought the people back. Naturally, there would be people to deal with the Earth Prime corpses here. After returning, Zi Chen had to return because the existences in the Boundless sect would soon hear the news and come out. Everyone left quickly. Even the everlasting pill cauldron returned to the Boundless sect. The Earth Primes who were watching the show also left. Only the princess and a few demons were left. This Zi Chen, how could he just leave us behind like this? We're guests, after all. An Earth Prime demon was annoyed. "Your Highness, should we go back?" another demon asked. The princess looked in the direction Zi Chen left with a smile. She said, "Why should we go back? It's already over. Why don't you go back? It's over. This is just the beginning. Earth Prime was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Your Highness, you mean, of course, there are still many lightning tribulations to watch. Plus, we have plenty of time to watch the show. With that, the princess walked in the direction of the Boundless sect. Let's go to the Boundless sect. Longhu's breakthrough and Zichen's return were two joyous events for the Boundless sect. Zichen, it's rare for you to come back. Should we celebrate for 3 days? A slender woman in red walked beside Zichen. Zichen glanced at her and ignored the disrespect. He said, yes, we should celebrate. Then, Zichen. The woman saw that Zichen wasn't angry. She said again, Senior sister, you should call him master. Behind her, Chen Feng reminded weakly. The woman turned around and glared at Chen Feng. She said angrily, I'll call him whatever I want. Also, who told you to call me senior sister? Call me master's wife. Around them, everyone burst into laughter. When Zichen returned, everyone had endless things to say to him. Clearly, one Zichen wasn't enough for everyone. Zhong Haotian and the others couldn't get a word in edgewise. Those women had already surrounded Zichen. They were chattering away like orioles and swallows. Zichen felt like there were 100 sparrows chirping around him. Fortunately, a voice came from afar. Sect Master, there are a few demons outside who want to come in. They say they're your friends. Demons? What demons? Sun Linger turned around and asked. I don't know. The leader is a woman. She says she's some demon princess, the subordinate replied. All the women looked at Zichen. Zichen slapped his forehead and said, Oh, I was so happy to be back that I forgot about this. Let her in. Yes. As soon as the subordinate left, the surrounding atmosphere became strange. As Zichen's 4 official girlfriends, they looked at Zichen in silence. As for the others, like Zhong Yubing, they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Zhong Haotian and the others saw this scene and knew something was wrong. After exchanging glances, Lu Peng said, Zichen, we'll go to the main hall first. Without waiting for Zichen's reply, he quickly left. But from afar, they could still hear voices. This Zichen looks like an honest person, but why is he so fickle? Yeah, he went to comprehend for 1,000 years. During that time, Meng Yarrow accompanied him, and he actually brought one back. In the past, he had an excuse to say that she was following him. Now, he found a demon. Let's see what he can say. Sure, lower your voices. Maybe we can see a battle later. Yes, hee. Hearing these voices, the expressions of the women changed. Zichen's expression became incomparably awkward. He didn't expect that in just 1,000 years, his brothers would become so perverted. The atmosphere was very awkward. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts, but no one asked. Only Sun Linger looked at Zichen and asked directly, Zichen, what's going on? If you lack women, you can find me. I've already said that I'll give myself to you, but you found a demon. What's the big deal? Zichen had already experienced Sun Linger's toughness, but when he heard this, he still broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. I'm just. Hearing Zichen's explanation, Zichen's 4 official girlfriends were relieved. They naturally believed in Zichen. However, when Zhong Yubing heard this, she felt a little uncomfortable and felt very inferior. Zichen didn't even like the demon princess, so he definitely didn't like her, a person from the mountains. In the everlasting palace, the old and new people gathered, filling the entire palace. Looking at more than half of the unfamiliar faces, looking at their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship, Zichen finally felt the passage of 1,000 years. Everyone looked at Zichen eagerly, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Zichen didn't know what to say. For 1,000 years, they didn't know what had happened to the everlasting sect, so naturally, they didn't know what to say. Wang Qiong saw Zichen's awkwardness and immediately sent a voice transmission, briefly explaining what had happened in the past 1,000 years. There were only 2 things, fighting and breaking through. Zichen coughed lightly and said, everyone has worked hard these years. Today is a rare occasion to be happy, so let's celebrate for 3 days. Cheers rang out in the palace. Zichen waved his hand, and the cheers in the palace disappeared, becoming extremely quiet. Zichen looked around again and found that 70% of the people here were strangers. He knew that it was time to withdraw. A moment later, Zichen solemnly said, "Now, I officially appoint Sun Ling as the Everlasting Sect Master, and Chen Feng as the Vice Sect Master." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They never thought that Zichen's second sentence would be to abdicate. Chen Feng and Sun Ling also looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen said, "The current world no longer belongs to us, but to you. The Everlasting Sect no longer needs us old people, but young people like you. If the Everlasting Sect wants to be glorious and immortal, it needs generations of geniuses, not just a few people." Hearing this, the Earth Origin Realm cultivators all nodded. As for the others, they couldn't accept this fact in a short time. In the future, we will no longer participate in the Everlasting Sect's matters. We will only appear when something major happens. The Everlasting Sect's future development will depend on you. At this moment, Zichen officially withdrew from the Everlasting Sect, from the Martial Heaven Continent stage. He was now an elder of the Everlasting Sect. He had completely let go of everything. His glorious deeds would be recorded in the annals of the Martial Heaven Continent and spread throughout the continent, inspiring the younger generation. 3 days after the Everlasting Sect celebration, the Flying Tiger began his tribulation. That pressure appeared once more. A month later, the Flying Tiger successfully passed his tribulation. Next was the Barbarian Dragon. Whether it was the Flying Tiger or the Barbarian Dragon, many cultivators came to watch as they underwent their tribulations. However, no one dared to cause trouble. After the Barbarian Dragon successfully broke through, the only person left in the Everlasting Sect who hadn't broken through was Zichen. It was worth mentioning that both the Flying Tiger and the Barbarian Dragon had undergone 81 tribulations. Chapter 1177. The Barbarian Dragon and the Flying Divine Tiger had successfully undergone their tribulations, giving rise to 3 powerful existences in the Everlasting Sect. In the words of the Devil Race, the Everlasting Sect had produced 3 miracles of life. If one looked deeper, they would realize that these 3 miracles of life should not have appeared on the Martial Heaven Continent. The Dragon Tiger Dragon belonged to the ancient battlefield. He should have been left there to fend for himself. The Barbarian Dragon belonged to the most ancient trial path. He should have been there. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but when Zichen had come into contact with the 2 of them, they had not yet been born. They were already on the brink of destruction. As for the Flying Divine Tiger, it had been in the ruins this entire time. In the words of the Cauldron Spirit, the Flying Divine Tiger had been an energy egg that the Everlasting Sect's master had obtained elsewhere. It had just never hatched. As the Everlasting Sect had been destroyed, time had passed. The Flying Divine Tiger had been born ahead of time, and it had grown until now. All the major powers of the Martial Heaven Continent had been shaken by these miracles of life. But then, news of Zichen's tribulation spread. Zichen's name had spread throughout the continent. The 3 miracles of life were naturally powerful and extraordinary. However, they were Zichen's subordinates, even if Zichen didn't admit it. Zichen's brilliance had surpassed the 3 miracles of life, the heaven-splitting battle ape, Zhong Haotian of the Kill bloodline, and all the other unrivaled spirit bodies in the world. This was an era where strong cultivators were born in large numbers. This was a flourishing era, but in this flourishing era, Zichen was invincible. His brilliance overshadowed everyone. It could be said that he deserved to be called the number 1. Now that news of Zichen's tribulation had spread, it naturally attracted the attention of many powers. Furthermore, compared to the miracles of life, Zichen, who possessed the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book, was the true reason why they couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Hearing this news, many Earth Yuan powers began to set out for the sacred region. They were all extremely curious about Zichen's tribulation. After 1,000 years, the sacred region had been accepted by everyone. There were no more barbarians in this world, only the sacred region. A few days before Zichen's tribulation, Xingdao Li suddenly returned. When Chen heard the news, he was pleasantly surprised. Chen embarked on a different path. The difficulty of his tribulation was already very high, and whether or not he could successfully overcome it was still uncertain. If an outsider interfered during his tribulation, it would definitely be very dangerous. As such, Xingdao Li, who had heard the news, returned. As soon as Xingdao Li returned, Chen went to find him to thank him. Xingdao Li guessed Chen's intention with a glance and said, "You didn't come to me just to thank me, did you?" Chen said, "I would like to ask Senior about the other world. You haven't even transcended your tribulation, yet you're already interested in another world." Chen said, "I was afraid that you would leave before I could talk to you after the breakthrough, so I came here in advance to find out more." Xingdao Li nodded and said, "It's not a bad thing to know in advance. That world is called the Zhonwu continent." Zhonwu continent. This was the first time Chen had heard the name of another world. That's right. In the Zhonwu continent, battles are everywhere. It can be said that it's a world that exists for the sake of battle. Xingdao Li said, "That continent is very big, much bigger than the Tianwu continent. It is divided into 9 continents, and each continent is divided into 49 regions. Each region has a region lord, and each region lord commands 108 city lords, representing 108 cities." Xingdao Li's simple introduction shocked Chen. Other than those regular forces, there are also some sects, such as the Jin family and the Mu family. They all have their own bases outside, forming their own forces. The Zhonwu continent is very big, so big that you can't imagine it. If you go to the other world, you won't have the chance to resolve it, because in 1,000 years, you might not be able to cross a few cities. In 10 million years, you might not be able to cross a continent. Chen asked, "If there are region lords and city lords, then they must be experts. What kind of strength does a city lord need, the virtual realm or the corporeal realm?" Xingdao Li smiled and said, "Earth realm experts are the weakest, the lowest existence there. To put it bluntly, their lives are even worse than some animals. As for what kind of strength is needed to become a city lord, you will naturally understand when you go there. However, before you step into the virtual realm, I still don't recommend you to go, because it's very dangerous." Xingdao Li gave an example and said, "Take Longhu as an example. He is a high-level life form here, but in the other world, I saw with my own eyes no less than 10 of these high-level life forms being killed. I also killed several of them myself." Chen was completely shocked. Xingdao Li continued, "In this world, there are still some rules, and some morals. However, in the Zhonwu continent, the only rule is strength. Whoever is stronger is the rule. Moreover, there are many cases of disagreements and big fights. There are even situations where I feel uncomfortable seeing you and want to kill you. In that world, dignity and face are luxuries. In this world, as long as you don't go too far, as an expert, I won't bother to kill you. However, the Zhonwu continent is different. Even if you are an Earth realm expert who is worse than an animal, perhaps the city lord will personally kill you. That world is very cruel, so cruel that you can hardly imagine. In that world, the only way to survive is to kill. As for trust and brothers, in that world, they are even more luxurious than face and dignity." Chen couldn't believe it and asked, "Is that world really that cruel? Think about it, a world without any rules, where everything is done according to one's preferences, what would it be like?" Xingdao Li said seriously, "I can tell you one thing seriously. People who talk about rules all day long are the most unruly. If you meet them, you must be careful. In that world, the only person you can trust is yourself." Seeing Chen in deep thought, Xingdao Li patted him on the shoulder and said, "Of course, it's not as bad as I said. In fact, there are still rules in some places. For example, in the city, private fights are prohibited. That is a peaceful area. Whoever dares to violate it will be killed." Chen was relieved when he heard this. However, Xingdao Li continued, "If you want to kill the city lord, it's a different story. If you want to kill him, then kill him. No one will pursue it." Chen became speechless again. He felt that the world without rules was very exciting and he was looking forward to it. However, He was also very worried because the probability of death was too high. Actually, there are only 3 realms in the cultivation world. They are the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. The Tianwu continent is suitable for mortal realms. Furthermore, there are mortals here, so there is relatively less danger. As for earth realms, they can only grow in the Jianwu continent. What about the heaven realm? Is there a third world? Zichen raised his head and asked again. Maybe, maybe not. Xingdao Li looked at the sky and suddenly sighed. Zichen was puzzled and asked, Senior, as a heaven realm expert, how can you not know this? Heaven realm. Xingdao Li sneered and said, this is only the realm in your eyes. In our eyes, it is not the real heaven realm, but the fake heaven realm. Fake heaven realm. Yes, it's just that you haven't reached the true heaven realm yet. What is the heaven realm? Just by hearing the name, you can tell that it's comparable to the Sky Dome realm. This realm is already comparable to the Sky Dome realm. How can it be so easy to reach this realm? Forget it, you haven't reached that realm yet. No matter how much I say, you won't understand. Zichen's confidence was indeed hurt. He had never thought that a publicly recognized heaven realm expert like Xingdao Li was not the real heaven realm, but the fake heaven realm. Moreover, he was obviously stuck in a bottleneck and could not cross it for 10,000 years. When Zichen walked out of Xingdao Li's place, he was still a little absent-minded. He originally thought that he had reached the top of the cultivation world. Although he had not reached the peak, he was not far away. However, after a deep conversation with Xingdao Li, he realized that he had just reached the foot of the mountain. There was still a peak to climb. Zichen had already become an elder of the Wuji sect. Naturally, he could not wander around the main hall. He had his own place to live. As soon as he arrived, Wu Liu arrived. Sect Master, oh, Zichen. Our people have found traces of the 5 elements forces. There are also earth primes from other forces. There are many of them, Wu Liu reported. Zichen waved his hand. It's fine. With Senior Li here, they won't dare to act rashly. Then do we need to be on guard? Wu Liu asked. No need. I don't believe that they will dare to cause trouble. As soon as Wu Liu left, the devil ape suddenly came. After arriving, the devil ape asked directly, Zichen, after you break through, will you go directly to another world? Zichen said, there are no more grudges here. The environment here does not allow us to continue growing. Naturally, we have to leave. The devil ape's expression changed. There was hesitation on its face. What? Is there something? Zichen asked. The devil ape said, I want to go back to the demon race. Go back to the demon race? Zichen looked surprised. The devil ape had appeared in the holy burial ground and had grown up with Zichen. It had never been to the demon race, but now it wanted to go back. The devil ape nodded, then explained, after my tribulation, I awakened some inherited memories. The supreme treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline is still in the demon race. I must go and get it back. What supreme treasure? The demon devouring rod. The one in my hand, but it's incomplete. Part of it is sealed in the demon race, the devil ape said. Zichen thought for a moment, then said, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about this? After I break through, we'll go together. The devil ape looked at Zichen gratefully. LV Peng was still repairing the tribulation platform. In the past 3 tribulations, the platform had been destroyed by divine lightning every time. Outside the tribulation platform, there were many Earth primes guarding it to prevent others from secretly tampering with it. Chapter 1178. Apart from the tribulation, the soul spiritual weapon also needed to undergo the tribulation to become an Earth spiritual weapon. Before that, Zichen naturally had to sort out the soul spiritual weapons on him and try to help them all break through. Zichen had many soul spiritual weapons, and all of them had already recognized him as their master. However, their grades were relatively low. At this moment, there were only 3 weapons that he could take out. One was the flaming spear, another was the broken finger gloves, and the last one was the dragon soul spear that Zichen had personally refined and followed him for a long time. Ever since he discovered the Thunder Clan's world, Chen had placed the Dragon Soul Spear in the Lightning Sea. For the past 1,000 years, the Dragon Soul Spear had been absorbing the lightning there. Chen first sorted out the soul spiritual weapons, then took out a few ancient weapons. Chen didn't know whether the ancient weapons needed to undergo the tribulation or not, but after the baptism of lightning, the ancient weapons should become more powerful. After sorting out the weapons for the tribulation, Chen left the sect and headed to the ThunderClan's world. When he arrived outside the ThunderClan's world, he went straight to the Lightning Sea. In the Lightning Sea, a majestic lightning dragon was swimming, absorbing the lightning in the sea. After 1,000 years, the lightning dragon had already reached the deepest part of the Lightning Sea. After sensing Chen's aura, the lightning dragon let out a cheerful roar and rushed out of the Lightning Sea. In the ThunderClan's world, the cheerful roar of the lightning dragon constantly resounded. The lightning dragon rushed out of the Lightning Sea and circled around Chen. Finally, it turned into a dragon spear in front of Chen. Chen grabbed the dragon spear and immediately felt a powerful and terrifying aura from it. He was very satisfied with the growth of the dragon spear. The resounding dragon roar attracted the attention of the other members of the Thunder Tribe. When they saw Chen, their faces lit up with joy. After exchanging a few words with the members of the Thunder Tribe, Chen left with his dragon spear. As the time for the tribulation approached, Su Mengyaro and the others began to worry for Chen. As for the earth elementals who came to watch the show, there were even some who didn't hesitate to cross 2 continents to watch Chen undergo the tribulation. How can Chen be absent from his tribulation? A voice resounded above the everlasting sect. Immediately after, a ray of golden light rushed into the everlasting sect. Wherever the golden light passed, no one in the everlasting sect tried to stop it. Where is Chen? The golden light transformed into a figure. It was none other than Tyrant. Behind the monk were over 10 old monks. Among them was an old monk. He was so old that he couldn't even move. The arrival of the monk was a big surprise. Soon, Chen appeared. After seeing Chen, Tyrant pointed behind him and boasted, "I came as soon as I heard that you were going through the tribulation. Look, what do you think?" Chen looked at the group of old monks, then put his palms together and bowed. The group of old monks hurriedly bowed. The oldest monk raised his head and nodded at Chen. Then, he glanced at Chen with cloudy eyes. Beside Chen were a group of familiar faces, including the princess and the middle-aged demon. Naturally, the old monk was looking at the middle-aged demon. As for the middle-aged demon, his expression turned solemn when the old monk's gaze landed on him. "Let's go to my residence and talk," Chen said, breaking the invisible confrontation. Both sides moved toward Chen's residence. Moments later, cheers and laughter could be heard. At night, the everlasting sect hosted a banquet to welcome Tyrant Good and Evil. At the banquet, the drunk monk said, "Chen, although I don't admit that you are stronger than me, the outside world thinks so. I have successfully passed the thunder tribulation. If you can't, then you will become a joke." Chen said, "Don't worry. I will definitely pass." 5 days later, Chen stood on the repaired tribulation stage. Dozens of miles away from the tribulation stage, there were many Earth primes, human primes, and core primes. In short, there were many cultivators, surrounding an area of dozens of miles. Chen is finally going to go through his tribulation. Yeah. His friends have all gone through their tribulations these years. If he doesn't, he will be forgotten by history. He used to be the strongest in the human primes. I wonder if he can become the strongest in the Earth primes after his breakthrough. Chen is already extraordinary. I wonder what his tribulation will be like. I'm looking forward to it. The onlookers were full of anticipation for Chen's tribulation, especially those of the everlasting sect. They were extremely excited. "You must succeed." Su Mengyaro, Lin Shui, and the others gathered together, secretly cheering for Chen. Tyrant Good and Evil stood at the front with Demon Ape, Longhu, and the others to prevent anyone from causing trouble at the critical moment. However, looking at the current situation, it was unlikely that anyone would cause trouble because the demon expert had also decided to help Chen. The most important thing was the appearance of Xing Dao Li. He was alone in the air, attracting a lot of attention. He also promised that no one would disturb him this time. Zichen released his aura, and the tribulation began. Perhaps because he was a human, Zichen's tribulation wasn't like Longhu and the barbaric dragon, who had to wait a few months for the tribulation to descend. As soon as he released his aura and broke the rules, dark clouds appeared in the sky. The dark clouds covered the sky, covering an area of more than 10 miles. The sky darkened instantly, and an oppressive aura spread out. This was just the beginning. The onlookers didn't pay much attention to it, as they thought the tribulation aura would continue to expand. But soon, the group of Earth Yuan cultivators realized that the pressure of the tribulation had stopped. The tribulation clouds were no longer expanding, and the pressure was no longer increasing. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and their expressions immediately changed. Then, they began to whisper to each other. Why is this happening? Is this a tribulation? Such a weak tribulation. It can't even compare to mine. This tribulation aura is too weak. Is this really Zichen's tribulation? Although the tribulation aura in the sky was oppressive, it was far from what the onlookers had imagined. Especially when they saw that the tribulation didn't continue to brew. Lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds. Some people even sneered with disdain. He, such a weak tribulation. Even if Zichen survives it, he'll be crippled. If he survives such a tribulation, I think he'll be the weakest among the Earth primes. From the strongest to the weakest, the tribulation in the sky was too weak. In their opinion, even though the powerful purple Chen tribulation was incomparable to high-level life forms like Longhu and Longhu, the tribulation should not be too weak given its strength. Not only the Earth primes, even Zichen's friends frowned after feeling the power of the tribulation. How can this be? It shouldn't be. The tribulation Zichen attracted last time wasn't this weak. Monk looked at the tribulation and said, how can this be? It's too weak. What is Zichen doing? It's not Zichen doing anything. It seems to be the tribulation, said the demonic ape. No one could explain this situation. Only Su Mengyaro, who knew Zichen well, seemed to have guessed something, but she couldn't be sure. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Zichen officially went through the tribulation. The first tribulation fell from the sky. After all, it was Zichen, an extremely extraordinary existence. The first divine lightning had rules. It was just that its power was a little stronger than ordinary divine lightning tribulations, but it was a little weaker than the black tortoise's tribulations. Zichen stood under the tribulation. He was bathed in the lightning. He kept absorbing the power of the lightning to refine his body. At the same time, he absorbed the power of rules. This was the first time he successfully comprehended rules because of Xing Daoli's words. Back then, he didn't choose to go through the tribulation, so he suffered a backlash from the rules. In the end, he benefited from the disaster. Some power of rules was left in his body. He refined the power of rules. At first, he was happy that he didn't need to go through the tribulation to comprehend rules. But he didn't expect that he still had to go through the tribulation today. Boom. Another explosion came from the sky. The second tribulation fell and hit Zichen accurately. Zichen didn't dodge. He took the tribulation head-on and absorbed the power of lightning. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth tribulation appeared one after another. Each tribulation was stronger than the last. It was the same as the ordinary tribulation of Earth Yuans. There was nothing special about it. But everyone came to see Zichen's unique tribulation. Now that they saw such an ordinary tribulation, it was completely unexpected and they lost interest. In less than a moment, all 9 tribulation lightning fell. Zichen wasn't even injured. He went through it just like that. It's too easy. Others are almost dying when going through the tribulation. After going through the tribulation, they will only have half of their life left. But he was just struck 9 times and didn't get injured. The weakest Earth Yuans in history has been born. I thought I would see a vast tribulation. I didn't expect it to be so simple. It's boring. In fact, Zichen's tribulation wasn't weak. It was much stronger than the ordinary tribulation. But everyone had high expectations for Zichen. Now that they saw the tribulation, they were indeed dissatisfied. Not to mention the outsiders, even Zichen's friends were also dissatisfied with the tribulation. Because everyone knew that the stronger the tribulation, the more powerful the tribulation. Zichen's tribulation was so weak. Naturally, the power he received after the tribulation was weak. After the 9th tribulation, Zichen heard the taunts and mockery around him. But he didn't care. At this moment, he looked up at the sky with a calm expression. After the 9th tribulation, the dark clouds in the sky didn't dissipate. Instead, they became denser. A pressure several times stronger than before swept out from the dark clouds. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of more than 10 miles also doubled in size. The tribulation clouds spread to 30 miles, and the oppressive aura swept out. The changes in heaven and earth were naturally sensed by the other earth yuans. Their expressions changed immediately. What's going on? Why aren't the tribulation clouds dissipating after the 9th tribulation? The tribulation clouds aren't dissipating, but the power is increasing. Could it be that Zichen hasn't succeeded yet? Could it be, there's more tribulation lightning? If there's more, what was that just now? An appetizer. In the sky, the pressure was even stronger. This change was unacceptable to the Earth yuans. It was beyond their knowledge and common sense. But then again, Longhu had gone through 91 tribulations. Zichen was so extraordinary. It was normal for the tribulation lightning to be strange. Chapter 1179. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Zichen looked at the tribulation clouds calmly. When the first bolt of lightning struck, he knew that his tribulation was unusual. The lightning that had just dissipated in the tribulation clouds gathered again. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out of the clouds and lit up the surroundings. There's still a tribulation. I knew it. How could Zichen's tribulation lightning be so weak? There's still the power of rules flowing in the sky. It seems different from before. Yes, the previous rules were very ordinary. This time, it seems to be the rules of water. Oh my God, Zichen has comprehended the rules of water of the 5 elements. No wonder his Zichen. The mocking voices turned into gasps of surprise. The mocking expressions on everyone's faces turned into shock. Su Mengyao's lips twitched as she looked at the law of water that enveloped Zichen's body. She had a bad feeling in her heart as she muttered, "Don't tell me that he has to relive everything that he has experienced in the past." The rules of water were the second rule that Zichen had comprehended. Thunder roared and the dark sky suddenly brightened. The divine lightning with the rules of water struck. The glaring silver light cut through the darkness and lit up the land. Boom! The divine lightning struck Zichen accurately. The golden light around Zichen dissolved the destructive power of the divine lightning. Then, he began to absorb the power of lightning and the rules of water. The tribulation lightning in the sky was on a scale. It was comparable to Zichen's status. The Earth Yuan cultivators held their breaths and looked up at the sky in shock. The second bolt of lightning struck. The third bolt of lightning struck. The rules of water flowed in every bolt of lightning. The power of the divine lightning kept increasing. Zichen's expression was still calm. At this moment, he had the same guess as Su Mengyao. He guessed that his tribulation would take a long time. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy as much as possible. Fortunately, he had 3 pages of the heavenly book and was known to be perfect. His power was so strong that he could pass through the rules of water with ease. 9 bolts of divine lightning fell one after another. Zichen was bathed in the lightning and successfully passed the tribulation. 2 types of rule-bending powers revolved around his body. With the addition of 2 types of rule-bending powers, Zichen was now able to mobilize 2 types of rule-bending powers. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They felt that Zichen was indeed worthy of his reputation. He had grasped one more law than the others. Furthermore, he was not injured at all when facing such a terrifying lightning tribulation. After passing through the law of water, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they continued to expand, and the pressure became even stronger. What's going on? The pressure has become even stronger. Could it be that there are rules? That's impossible. It's already not easy for one person to comprehend two laws. How could there be more? Everyone's expression changed as they looked up at the sky. However, when they saw the third law flashing in the sky, they were all stunned. The laws of wood. His third law is the laws of wood. Zichen has actually comprehended the laws of wood. A single person actually comprehended 3 types of laws. How is that possible? How did he do it? The 3 laws that were completely out of the ordinary shocked everyone. Tyrant looked at Zichen from afar. However, he had a different opinion in his heart. He said, he does have some tricks up his sleeves. However, if he only comprehended 3 types of laws, what's the use? As for the laws of thunder, that's the most suitable for him. No matter how many other laws there are, they're just trash. LV Peng said, the tribulation is not over yet. Perhaps it's still to come. I think Zichen has been in the world for 1,000 years. He shouldn't have only gained this much. Tyrant continued, I really don't know what Zichen is thinking. He actually comprehended these useless broken laws in 1,000 years. Hee. However, if that's really the case, then that's great. I can guarantee that I'll teach Zichen a lesson whenever I want in the future. Everyone looked at Tyrant with disdain. The laws of wood appeared between heaven and earth. After sensing the laws of wood that Zichen had originally refined were completely activated. They appeared from within Zichen's body and began to transform his body. Thunder rumbled in the sky again. There were still 9 divine thunderbolts that struck down one after another. The power of these 9 divine thunderbolts was almost the same as the one from the laws of water. Zichen easily passed through them without any injuries. Immediately after, the laws of wood gave birth to fire. The laws of earth gave birth to fire. The laws of metal gave birth to earth. The range of the tribulation clouds had completely expanded to 100 miles away. A terrifying pressure swept through the world. While the cultivators were shocked, they also felt the threat of death and immediately retreated far away. Zichen's body was bathed in golden light. He was going through the tribulation lightning of the laws of metal. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. He didn't comprehend one of the laws of 5 elements. He has successfully comprehended the laws of 5 elements. Is he even human? To think that he could comprehend 6 types of laws all by himself. Furthermore, there are even 5 elements that have reached perfection. Among the Earth Yuan cultivators, the ones who were the most shocked were, of course, the 5 elements forces. This was because when they were going through the tribulation, they only comprehended one of the 5 elements. After seeing Zichen comprehend it, they were already in disbelief. However, they never expected Zichen to comprehend 5 laws at once. The 9 laws of metal landed one after another. Rolling thunder rumbled in the surroundings. All the Earth Yuan cultivators looked up at the sky in shock. 5 laws. This is no weaker than the laws of thunder. Although it's not suitable for Zichen, it's very powerful, Tyrant muttered. Zichen successfully passed through 5 laws. However, it didn't end there. The tribulation clouds in the sky didn't continue to expand. However, the originally pitch-black tribulation clouds instantly turned into 5-colored light. The entire world was illuminated with 5 colors. Within the 5 colors, the laws formed by the power of 5 elements were circulating. This time, it was the true laws of 5 elements. The laws of 5 elements merged into one. Cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings again. Especially the 5 elements forces, their expressions changed drastically. Zichen's 5 elements lightning tribulation had already shocked them greatly. However, they didn't expect him to start the 5 elements lightning tribulation now. At this moment, Zichen didn't comprehend 5 laws. Instead, he comprehended one called the laws of 5 elements. Its power was naturally many times stronger than the laws of 5 elements alone. Even Tyrant, who had been emphasizing that it was suitable, had a change of expression. He exclaimed, "The laws of 5 elements. It's actually the laws of 5 elements." The tribulation clouds in the sky emitted a 5-colored light. The laws of 5 elements merged together and appeared between heaven and earth. Below, Zichen's body emitted a pure light of the power of 5 elements. One law after another was added to his body, forming various defenses that protected Zichen within. A suffocating pressure came from the sky. This pressure made everyone feel the threat of death. The group of Earth Yuan cultivators retreated again and again. At this moment, there was only shock and awe in their hearts. Looking at Zichen, who was in his peak condition, Xingdao Li sighed and said, "He is indeed blessed by the heavens. If there wasn't a single 5 elements lightning tribulation, Zichen would definitely die if he encountered the 5 elements lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, with the 5 elements lightning tribulation, he is able to manipulate the laws of the 5 elements." In the sky, a colorful light bloomed. A 5-colored divine thunder descended from the sky. Thunder rumbled and reverberated in the holy region. The dazzling colorful light illuminated an area of 100 miles. Feeling the terror of the lightning tribulation, Zichen mobilized the laws of 5 elements to form the tightest defense. The colorful thunder fell and hit Zichen. The laws of 5 elements collided with the laws of 5 elements. Zichen's body shook and he was smashed down to the tribulation stage below. Zichen, who was in a defensive state, was forced to retreat. This was the first time he was forced to retreat since facing the lightning tribulation. After getting up, Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He mobilized the laws of 5 elements and refined them into his body. At the same time, he was healing his injured body. Boom! The sky shook again. The second 5-colored divine thunder fell. Fut Zichen, who was in the air, coughed up blood. He was once again smashed onto the tribulation stage. With just 2 lightning tribulations, he had suffered unimaginable damage. The laws of 5 elements were instantly dispersed by the lightning tribulation. The third lightning tribulation fell at this moment. A human-shaped pit appeared on the tribulation stage. Facing the colorful lightning tribulation, the powerful Zichen had no power to resist. Even if he was passively defending, he was still heavily injured. Zichen kept coughing up blood. In the distance, Su Mengyaro and the others looked at Zichen worriedly. Boom! The fourth lightning tribulation struck Zichen. Zichen could no longer stand. There was a large pool of blood in front of him. With just 4 lightning tribulations, Zichen's life was in danger. This caused an uproar. Zichen had 5 laws of 5 elements. To be precise, he had 6. However, in the face of the laws of 5 elements, he was very weak. Zichen's condensed laws of 5 elements were once again shattered by the 5th lightning tribulation. Zichen's injuries were getting more serious. He was almost in a state of death. "Zichen, your lightning tribulation is unusual. I think it's not just a tribulation. It's a fusion. Try fusing the laws of 5 elements into the laws of 5 elements." Xingdao Li's voice entered Zichen's ears. Zichen's eyes lit up. Originally, he had been in some kind of misunderstanding. He thought that tribulation transcendence was just tribulation transcendence. Obviously, he didn't think of this. In the current situation, with 9 lightning tribulations falling, Zichen would definitely die if he didn't have the flame of life. However, even with the flame of life, there should be many more lightning tribulations. The possibility of Zichen surviving the tribulation was very slim. However, Xingdao Li's words completely reminded Zichen. While in a seriously injured state, Zichen took advantage of the fact that the 6th lightning tribulation transcendence had yet to fall. He began to comprehend the remaining laws of 5 elements in his body. His powerful spiritual will instantly started to comprehend and analyze these laws. Just before the 6th lightning tribulation transcendence fell, he finally absorbed a complete trace of the laws of 5 elements. After that, the laws of 5 elements began to take root in Zichen's heart like a seed. It even grew leaves and bloomed. The 5 types of scattered power of rules on Zichen's body began to condense in the next moment. His body began to emit 5-colored light, but it was not just 5-colored light. Chapter 1180. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's body began to glow. It was a 5-colored light. Seeing this scene, Xingdao Li was shocked once again by Zichen's super comprehension. Zichen raised his head. His eyes lit up as he looked at the sixth five-colored divine thunder descending from the sky. Using the five-colored rule in his body as the foundation, he began to absorb the five rules. Soon, the five-colored rule grew stronger and then protected Zichen's body. Boom! The divine thunder fell and hit Zichen. A powerful impact forced Zichen to retreat. However, the defense formed by the five-colored rule did not break. After the destructive power was neutralized, Zichen absorbed the power of the rule again to strengthen himself. Seeing this scene in the distance, the crowd was in an uproar again. What's going on? Why is Zichen not injured? The divine thunder did not break his defense. What's going on? Amidst the shocked exclamations, Zichen, who was on the verge of death, began to recover from the serious injuries on his body. In a short while, his injuries were mostly healed, and the power of the rule around him became stronger and stronger. Boom! The seventh five-colored divine thunder fell. The destructive power of the divine thunder penetrated the five-colored light shield and entered Zichen's body. It began to attack Zichen's body wantonly. However, the power of the rule was blocked by the light shield. The destructive power was naturally not enough to destroy Zichen. The eighth five-colored divine thunder fell, followed by the ninth. After fully comprehending the five-colored rule, Zichen's defense had become indestructible. The lightning tribulation could no longer do anything to him. After the five-colored divine thunder passed, the tense hearts of the crowd were completely relaxed. However, their expressions were different. Some were glad, some were regretful, some were envious, and some were jealous. Having comprehended the five-element rule, Zichen's future path was destined to be extraordinary. At the same time, it also indicated that he, who had comprehended the five-element rule, would be the first human in the Earth-Yuan realm. But was that all? Of course not. Zichen had comprehended the natural rule, not just the five-element rule. The five-colored tribulation cloud in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, there was a tinge of green in it. Among the five elemental precepts, there was an additional wind precepts. At the same time, the wind precepts had perfectly merged with the five elemental precepts. At this moment, the five elemental laws also began to change towards the laws of nature. When the first bolt of divine lightning struck, Zichen, who was holding up the defense of the five elements, was injured. The second bolt of lightning struck down and Zichen was severely injured. When the third bolt of lightning struck, Zichen's life was in imminent danger. The originally indestructible defense of the five elements had become extremely fragile at this moment. It would scatter at the slightest touch. However, before the fourth bolt of divine lightning struck, Zichen comprehended the six-colored light by relying on his superior comprehension ability. Thus, an additional color was added to the defense on his body. Zichen's body emitted a six-colored light. Among the six colors, there was an additional green color. The five-elemental law had an additional wind law. Zichen's indestructible defense was once again raised. The remaining divine lightning bolts could no longer do anything to Zichen. After the wind law was the cloud law. The previous few divine lightning bolts had almost killed Zichen. However, after Zichen comprehended them, the tribulation became much easier. When they saw this scene, besides being shocked, everyone felt extremely speechless in their hearts. Other people's tribulation became more and more dangerous and terrifying. However, Zichen's tribulation was filled with danger at the beginning. Towards the end, it seemed to be extremely easy. After successfully passing the cloud law, the rain law appeared again. Then, it was one law after another. Looking at the tribulation cloud in the sky that was gradually becoming more colorful, the Earth-Yuans turned from shock to numbness. In the end, they were speechless. How many? 40. It's already 40. This Zichen is crazy. Just like when Zichen comprehended the nature law, the Earth-Yuans in the distance woke up from their numbness. They began to count the number of laws. Furthermore, they gradually became numb and no longer made a fuss. When the Wuji sect's Earth-Yuans saw this scene, they all looked at Su Mengyao. This was because the laws that Zichen comprehended in the sky were almost the same as Su Mengyao's before she transformed into the ethereal law. Everyone looked at her questioningly. Su Mengyao said, I can comprehend 49 laws all because of Zichen. Everyone's expression changed. Someone asked, can Zichen also comprehend the ethereal law? Su Mengyaro shook her head and said, Zichen didn't comprehend the ethereal law. It's the nature law. In the end, it can only become the nature law. Could this be Zichen's gain in the past 1,000 years? Another Earth Yuans asked. Su Mengyaro shook her head again and said, it shouldn't be. When I left Zichen and returned to the Wuji sect, I only knew that Zichen had comprehended the nature law. At that time, Zichen had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years, not even 200. In less than 200 years, Zichen completely comprehended the nature law. What did he comprehend after that? The Wuji sect's Earth Yuans were deeply shocked. When the number of laws in the sky reached 48, it was completely over. Only the thunder law was missing from the 49 laws. The remaining 48 laws had completely transformed into the nature law. The moment they saw the nature law, all the Earth Yuans who came to watch became envious, jealous, and resentful. How powerful would Zichen be after the 48 laws merged into one? No one could imagine, but some people guessed that Zichen would use the nature law to surpass the Earth Yuans and kill the virtual realm experts. However, everyone was also very glad that Zichen had only comprehended 48 types of laws. He was only missing the law of lightning, which was the most suitable for him. This kind of flaw, which was neither too big nor too small, was more or less a kind of comfort to them. The fused nature law turned into divine lightning and fell. As the last bolt of divine lightning exploded on Zichen's body, Zichen completely absorbed the power of nature. Everyone's nervous and numb hearts finally relaxed. In their eyes, Zichen's flaw had become a lifelong flaw. But even so, the shock that Zichen gave them today was still very big. However, some people noticed that Zichen, who had absorbed the nature law, was still in a state of alert. He looked at the sky warily. In the next moment, the colorful tribulation clouds in the sky underwent an obvious change. The originally colorful tribulation clouds turned into a monotonous color, the color of blood. A crazy killing intent emerged from the blood-colored tribulation clouds in the sky, sweeping toward the earth and wreaking havoc. When everyone looked up and saw the blood-colored clouds in the sky, they said helplessly, there are still laws. The tribulation is not over yet. Previously, everyone wanted to see the thunder tribulation, a very powerful one. As time passed, Zichen satisfied them. But now, the thunder tribulation was still not over yet. The slaughter law. This is the slaughter law. Zichen has actually comprehended the slaughter law. Feeling the killing intent in the tribulation clouds, Zhong Haotian's expression immediately changed. He was transcending the slaughter law, so he was very familiar with the killing intent and the blood-colored clouds in the sky. A strange light flashed in Tyrant's eyes. He said, how many laws has Zichen comprehended? First, it was the nature law, and now it's the slaughter law. Could it be that after the slaughter law is over, there are other laws? LV Peng, who was beside him, said, Zichen has always been mysterious. It's hard to say. Tyrant curled his lips and said, even if there are, they probably won't be too strong. First, it's the nature law and then the slaughter law. It's enough for Zichen to walk freely in the Zhanwu continent in the future. The slaughter law was a unique law in the world. Although it couldn't be compared to the nature law, which was a fusion of 48 laws, it was definitely one of the top laws in the world. There were thousands of laws in the world. Those who could comprehend the slaughter law were few and far between. Even the assassins of the Sheji clan found it difficult to comprehend the slaughter law. The slaughter law turned into a thunder tribulation and rushed out of the blood-colored clouds like a blood-colored dragon, attacking Zichen below. The dense killing intent in it was like a materialized sharp sword, attacking Zichen's mind. Zichen hugged Yuan Yi to clear his mind and not be disturbed by the killing intent. At the same time, he mobilized the refined slaughter law in his body to form a law defense. 9 slaughter divine thunders fell. Because Zichen had the slaughter law in his body, this tribulation was frightening but not dangerous. Everything was as Tyrant had guessed. After it was over, the tribulation clouds in the sky still didn't dissipate. The tribulation continued. Then, the good and evil law appeared. These two laws appeared at the same time, like twins. The bloody tribulation cloud in the sky immediately divided into two colors, and two huge heads appeared in the middle of the two-colored tribulation clouds. One of the images was filled with benevolence, as if it was a good person from 9 lifetimes. It gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. The other image had a demonic face, and it gave off waves of evil intent. This evil intent could affect people's minds, making them feel annoyed and impatient. What's this? The good and evil law. Tyrant's eyes widened when he saw the two heads in the sky. His expression was like he had seen a ghost. What kind of joke is this? The good and evil law. Zichen actually comprehended the good and evil law. What's going on? Seeing the good and evil law, Tyrant of Good and Evil's emotions began to fluctuate violently. His voice gradually turned into a roar. What kind of joke is this? In this world, other than me, Tyrant of Good and Evil, there's actually someone who can comprehend the good and evil law. Tyrant of Good and Evil was a combination of good and evil thoughts of a Buddhist disciple. He was born with both good and evil in his body. His ability to comprehend the good and evil law could be said to be the will of the heavens. It was very normal. After all, he was formed from the thoughts of many Buddhist experts. But what was Zichen? He didn't have good or evil thoughts. How could he comprehend the good and evil law? Why? Tyrant didn't understand, and neither did the others. But without a doubt, the good and evil law was an extremely powerful law. There was good and evil in the world. Good and evil coexisted. In addition, Zichen mobilized the good and evil law hidden in his body at the same time. This tribulation was more daunting than dangerous. Xingdao Li couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. The heavenly Dao was emotionless and merciless. When Zichen gave up on the tribulation, he suffered a backlash from the law. The law didn't kill him, but he absorbed some of the law instead. And it was that little bit of law that had become the foundation of Zichen's successful tribulation. Chapter 1181. After transcending the good and evil rules, the tribulation clouds in the sky changed again. Rules appeared between heaven and earth again. This time, it was the rules of real and unreal. Relatively speaking, the rules of real and unreal were extremely difficult to comprehend. Zichen had spent hundreds of years to do so. The tribulation clouds in the sky were divided into two halves. One was illusory while the other was real. Reality and unreal, in contrast to true and unreal. What's going on? He's only been training for 1,000 years. How could he comprehend so many rules in 1,000 years? Everyone was in disbelief at the rules that Zichen had comprehended. Tyrant even looked up at the sky and sighed. He felt that fate was unfair. They were all humans, but why was there such a huge gap between them? At first, he was very proud that he had finally reached Zichen and become an Earth Prime. Moreover, what he had comprehended was the most peculiar rule of good and evil, which was unique to him. However, when he saw Zichen going through the tribulation today, he lost all his pride. Instead, he regretted that he had not stayed in this realm for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. He believed that if he had stayed in that realm for a longer period of time, his gains would not have been less than Zichen's. In the distance, the Earth Prime cultivators were already numb from the shock of Zichen. However, when they saw another unique and powerful rule, they were shocked again. A total of 18 lightning tribulations fell one after another. Because he already had this rule in his body, Zichen could absorb these two rules at will. At the same time, it formed a strong defense, so the tribulation was very smooth. Life and death, this is the rules of life and death, and the rules of life. Damn it, what is going on? Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky that had turned black and white, Tyrant's roar drowned out the rolling thunder in the tribulation clouds. Rules of life, it's actually the rules of life. Life and death were life, and the rules of life and death also indicated the rules of life. This was one of the strongest rules in the world, stronger than the ordinary rules of life because the ordinary rules of life only had a trace of vitality. However, Zichen had comprehended the rules of life, which was between life and death. It was the same as the rules of nature, belonging to the rules of the world. The moment the rules of life and death appeared, the numb crowd lost their composure. Chen had comprehended many laws. Other than the first one, which was inconspicuous, the rest of the laws were envied by others. Tyrant could not wait to send Chen flying with a kick and replace him. Obviously, with these rules, Chen would be the undisputed number one in Earth Origin sect. He could even surpass the Void Destruction tier. However, Chen was not at all satisfied with these rules that made people envious and jealous. This was because these were not the rules he wanted. These were not his Tao. After overcoming the life and death precepts, Chen's injuries were instantly healed. Chen looked up at the sky and said, "The precepts I want are destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds moved, and the world lost its color. The pressure under the tribulation clouds increased by several notches. The people who had retreated 50 kilometers away felt the dangerous aura again. Their expressions changed drastically. The tribulation clouds in the sky pressed down again, as if they were right above their heads. "It's not over yet." Everyone stared at Chen in disbelief. Chen looked up at the sky and felt the terrifying aura in the sky. He said, "The Dun thunder tribulation has only just begun." In the sky, the pressure from the tribulation clouds grew even stronger. However, this time, the precepts did not appear in the sky. There was only a terrifying destructive power. The group of Earth Origin sect cultivators was far away from Chen, but they could still feel the suffocating destructive aura in the tribulation clouds. At this moment, there were no more precepts in the tribulation clouds. There was only destruction. The tribulation clouds in the sky only expressed one intention, which was to destroy everything and kill Chen. Chen's tribulation had only just begun. The precepts that he had comprehended earlier circled around him and finally turned into a mysterious power. This was a power that could destroy all precepts. It was also a type of precepts, called destruction. The pressure in the sky grew stronger. Destructive lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds. Chen removed all the defenses around him, revealing his true form. At this moment, he looked up at the sky with high fighting spirit. From the beginning until now, Chen had been passively defending. Now, he was going to counterattack. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The first destructive thunder tribulation fell. This was a pure divine thunder. There were no precepts on it, only a destructive aura. The flaming gloves appeared in Chen's hands. He clenched his fists tightly and rushed toward the sky. His fists began to shine. The destructive power filled the gloves. He smashed them toward the divine thunder in the sky. With a loud bang, the first divine thunder was shattered by Chen. However, at the same time, the raging thunder power shattered Chen's gloves. The first spiritual weapon on Chen's body was shattered. The divine thunder was shattered. Chen felt a pure destructive power from it. He was absorbing this power crazily to strengthen his own destructive power. Thunder rumbled. The second spiritual weapon appeared in Chen's hands. He held the spiritual weapon and rushed toward the second divine thunder. Bang! Just like before, the destructive power cut through the divine lightning, but the spirit weapon exploded. Then, there was the third, fourth, and fifth divine thunder. 5 of Chen's spiritual weapons exploded in a row. Chen took out the last dragon soul spear. After the dragon soul spear appeared, it was like a thunder dragon. It went against the sky and a destructive power appeared on the surface of the dragon soul spear. Boom! The 2 thunder dragons with destructive power collided head-on. Thunder rumbled and dragon roars echoed. The divine thunder was split. The dragon soul spear flashed with lightning and blocked the attack. I blocked it. After blocking the attack, Chen's face was filled with joy. He held the dragon soul spear and continued to resist the divine thunder. The 7th divine thunder tribulation fell. The 8th divine thunder tribulation fell. When the 9th divine thunder tribulation fell, Chen took out many ancient weapons. He controlled them with his spiritual thoughts and let them be baptized by the divine thunder of destruction. When the 9th divine thunder tribulation fell, the ancient weapons began to glow. Thunder power raged. The ancient weapons completely blocked the bombardment of the divine thunder tribulation. Chen was even more excited. However, the excited Zi-Chen's expression soon became serious because the number of divine thunder tribulations this time was not just 9. The 10th divine thunder tribulation fell without waiting for Zi-Chen to catch his breath. Zi-Chen was surprised and helpless. He could only continue to control the ancient weapons to block the divine thunder tribulation. Everyone was speechless. Zi-Chen's divine thunder tribulation was indeed full of twists and turns. In the sky, destructive divine thunder tribulations appeared one after another. Zi-Chen was blocking them. In the distance, Di Yuan could not feel what kind of law this was. It was like the purest divine thunder, but it was very powerful. No one knew whether this was a law or not. However, they knew that this divine thunder tribulation was much more terrifying than the original one. What kind of law is this? Monk's eyes were full of doubts. This should not be a law, LV Peng said. It's not a law, but it's stronger than all the other laws, Zhong Haotian said. Without a law, it's impossible to break through to Di Yuan. Zi-Chen had comprehended some very powerful laws. The divine thunder tribulation now should be a kind of law, Su Mengyaro said as she looked at Zi-Chen. This should be a powerful force. The crowd was not sure if Zi-Chen, who was undergoing his tribulation, had comprehended the rules or not. They were not the only ones who were not sure. Even Xing Dao Li and Zi-Chen were not sure if this destructive power was a type of rule power. Bang! Just as the 38th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, one of the ancient weapons that Zi-Chen was controlling exploded. One had to know that Zi-Chen had used an ancient weapon to fight with Old Ox's earth weapon. Its toughness was comparable. However, the ancient weapon was now shattered by the divine thunder tribulation. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. Facing such a divine thunder tribulation, Zi-Chen still has several weapons that are intact. If he successfully passes the divine thunder tribulation, Zi-Chen's weapons should undergo another transformation. It's a pity that there's only one soul weapon in there. The rest are weapons without souls. Bang! Another ancient weapon exploded. At the same time, Zi-Chen's body crashed heavily on the divine thunder tribulation platform and was smashed deep into the ground. Even if he had the destructive force in his body, he was still unable to withstand the power of the divine thunder tribulation. As the power of the divine thunder tribulation increased, the destructive force became stronger. Moreover, Zi-Chen felt a kind of will from it. It was a will to destroy everything. Obviously, Zi-Chen was the target of destruction. When the 43rd divine thunder tribulation fell, many cracks appeared on Zi-Chen's sky pisser. The cracks finally spread to the limit and the sky pisser finally exploded. Another ancient weapon exploded. At the same time, Zi-Chen, who had been repeatedly injured, suffered more and more serious injuries. Furthermore, he couldn't use the life laws when facing such injuries. Zi-Chen could only rely on his recovery abilities to recover. And at that moment, Zi-Chen personally experienced the terror of rule breaking. It suppressed all the rules in the world, even the life laws. The heavily injured Zi-Chen couldn't even take care of himself. Therefore, be it the Dragon Soul Spear or the ancient weapon, he could only rely on himself to transcend the tribulation. Another divine thunder of destruction fell. Zi-Chen was struck and his body was charred black. Endless destructive lightning powers wreaked havoc in his body, wiping out his vitality. Zi-Chen collapsed on the shattered divine thunder tribulation platform and circulated his perfect body to recover from his injuries. Although it was effective, it was very slow. Zi-Chen was unable to deal with the following divine thunder tribulation. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they had different expressions. However, no matter what thoughts they had, no one could help Zi-Chen at that moment. He could only save himself. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded, and the Dragon Soul Spear transformed into a lightning dragon. Then, it took the initiative to rush into the sky. As for the other ancient weapons, they seemed to come to life at that moment. The flame patterns on them lit up before they automatically followed the Dragon Soul Spear and charged into the sky. This is a spirit armament's protection. When Earth Yuan saw this scene from afar, his expression changed drastically as shock immediately appeared on his face. Boom! Several weapons soared into the sky and clashed with the divine thunder of destruction, triggering an explosion. The destructive lightning powers began to wreak havoc on many weapons as another ancient weapon exploded. Chapter 1182. Even in the Tianwu continent, it was rare for a spirit weapon to protect its owner. However, it was rare, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. Everyone was just surprised, not shocked. What shocked them was that Zichen's ancient weapons, which didn't have spirits, would automatically protect their owners in such a dangerous situation. Everyone was confused, and so was Zichen. However, it was said that these ancient weapons were made by saints, so it was normal for them to be special. Several ancient weapons resisted the lightning, causing one ancient weapon to shatter and the other ancient weapons to suffer unimaginable damage. There were even 2 ancient weapons that had cracks on them. Zichen had the time to catch his breath after one divine lightning, and his injuries were recovering quickly. When the 45th divine lightning appeared, Zichen stood up again. After standing up, he clenched his fist, and a black ancient weapon glove appeared. Under the surge of destructive power, he swung his fist at the divine lightning of destruction. Boom! The 45th divine lightning was shattered by Zichen, and the destructive power of the divine lightning of destruction entered Zichen's body through his fist. Peng! The 46th divine lightning of destruction appeared, and another ancient weapon of Zichen shattered. Bang! The 47th divine lightning of destruction appeared, and another ancient weapon shattered. Zichen's injuries, which had just recovered slightly, became serious again. The 48th bolt of divine lightning appeared. Amidst the rumbling of thunder and the rumbling of thunder, only 2 ancient weapons were left. The dragon soul spear let out a wail as cracks appeared on the spear's body. In the distance, a group of Earth Yuans held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. If Zichen's divine lightning of destruction was only 49, then Zichen still had a chance to survive. However, if it was 59 or 81, then Zichen would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Many of them were extremely nervous. The 49th divine lightning of destruction was brewing in the sky. It seemed to know what this lightning represented. Therefore, it took a long time to brew this lightning. The 49th divine lightning of destruction extended the time, but not for too long, because Zichen would recover. Therefore, after 3 breaths of time, the divine lightning struck down. Boom! An explosion resounded in the sky, and a shockwave spread through the air, deafening everyone. A destructive lightning dragon broke through the tribulation clouds and headed straight for Zichen. At this moment, Lei Long's body emitted a dazzling light. While everyone lost their hearing, their eyes were also temporarily blinded. At this moment, no one could hear or see anything. Zichen looked up at the sky and activated his yin-yang eye. He watched as the lightning dragon descended. He clenched his fists, and his gloves appeared. Then, he grabbed the cracked dragon soul spear with his left hand. The dragon soul appeared on the dragon soul spear, but it was extremely weak. He held an ancient long saber in his right hand, and the flame patterns on the saber lit up. Zichen leaped into the air and charged towards Lei Long. Destructive energy surged from his weapon as he struck out with all his might. Boom! Another explosion resounded in the sky. The lightning exploded and became even more dazzling. Boundless destructive energy shook the surroundings. The tribulation stage, which was already in pieces, was destroyed beyond recognition. The array that LV Peng spent 100 years to set up was also destroyed in an instant. Just one divine lightning was enough to destroy the tribulation stage. The lightning was still there, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone closed their eyes, but they were eager to know the result. When the lightning finally dissipated, everyone immediately looked at the tribulation stage. It had been reduced to dust, and in the middle of the dust, there was a figure lying there. It was Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen's life force was extremely weak. It could be said that he was on his last breath. He had black gloves on his hands, and the dragon soul spear in his left and right hands. There were more cracks on the dragon soul spear, but it didn't dissipate. If the tribulation was over, then there was no doubt that Zichen had passed the tribulation. But was the tribulation really over? Everyone looked up at the sky subconsciously. The tribulation clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated. Please don't end it. Another one. Even one will do. Many Earth Prime cultivators prayed in their hearts. As for Su Mengyaro and the others, they hoped that the tribulation would end. Because everyone could see that Zi Chen was at the point of death. Any divine lightning could kill him. Everyone was more nervous than Zi Chen. All kinds of expressions appeared on their faces. It seemed that they had run out of luck, or that the prayers of the Earth Prime cultivators had worked. In the sky, lightning flashed again in the tribulation. This was the sign of the tribulation. Yeah. Good. Beautiful. Domineering. Mighty. Seeing the tribulation again, the Earth Prime cultivators couldn't help but become extremely excited. They clenched their fists and shouted. But as soon as they lost their composure, they felt a cold murderous intent coming at them. They quickly closed their mouths and smiled apologetically. They were so excited that they lost their composure. Because Zi Chen was going to die. This was really something to be happy about. It was something to celebrate. The sound of thunder rumbled. Thousands of flashes of lightning flashed, and then a divine thunder fell from the sky. After seeing the divine lightning, the people of the Wuji sect were desperate. This divine lightning wasn't strong, but it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In addition, the law that Zi Chen had comprehended was destruction. This led to the destruction law destroying all of Zi Chen's life-saving means. He couldn't mobilize the law of life, and his flame of life was suppressed by the destruction thunder tribulation and couldn't be ignited. Although this indirectly proved the power of the destruction law, it undoubtedly also caused Zi Chen to lose his final means of turning the tables. If Zi Chen died, it would be his own death. The dragon soul in the dragon soul spear cried and wanted to soar into the sky, but it had no strength. The flame patterns on the ancient long saber began to shine, but it still couldn't leave Zi Chen. As for Zi Chen, the divine lightning just now almost took away half of his life. When he saw the tribulation lightning fall, he could only hold the weapon in his hand, but he didn't have the strength to attack anymore. Shouts came from afar. Devil Ape and the others rushed toward Zi Chen crazily. They wanted to block the tribulation lightning for Zi Chen. However, a powerful force came from the lightning tribulation. This force was like an invisible barrier, blocking the Devil Ape and the others outside. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force sent the Devil Ape and the others flying. It's useless. Zi Chen will die. The other Earth Prime cultivators laughed sarcastically, but they were very happy. The 50th bolt of divine lightning fell on Zi Chen. But the expected sound didn't appear. The divine lightning fell on Zi Chen silently, and then Zi Chen's body began to glow. The light was dazzling. After the 49th bolt of tribulation lightning fell, Xing Dao Li looked up at the sky without blinking. When the 50th bolt of divine lightning fell, his eyes lit up. His gaze followed the movement of the divine lightning. When the divine lightning struck Zi Chen, his body began to glow. His eyes also became bright. Finally, he blurted out, "The great Tao has 50, and the heavens have 49. The only variable is fortune, and also life." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong life force came from afar. This life force came from Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who was glowing, emitted a strong life force. This life force was given by the heavenly Tao. It was Zi Chen's unique fortune. Zi Chen's body was glowing. The black boxing gloves on his hands were also glowing. The dragon soul spear was also glowing. The ancient long saber was also glowing. The expressions of the people in the distance changed. In their eyes, Zi Chen was emitting a strong life force, but Zi Chen, who felt this power personally, felt another aura. This was a destructive aura. And it was the purest destructive aura. The surging life force that everyone felt actually came from Zi Chen's body. This was the life force that had been accumulated by absorbing many lightning tribulations. It was the life force that would erupt after the lightning tribulation ended. The destructive aura that Zi Chen felt was contained in the 50th bolt of divine lightning. This was the purest and most gentle destructive aura. It would not hurt Zi Chen at all. Instead, it would deepen his understanding of the law of destruction. At the same time, the law of destruction also poured into the weapons. From now on, they would be Zichen's earth weapons. Like Zichen, they also contained destructive power. Now, Zichen was like a desert traveler who saw sweet spring water. He was drinking to his heart's content. Originally, Zichen only understood a little of the law of destruction. But now, a complete law of destruction was placed in front of him. He quickly understood and comprehended it. In the sky, the tribulation clouds dispersed. Below, the life force was healing Zichen's injured body and Zichen's earth weapons. When the earth primes from the major forces saw this, they were once again filled with jealousy and resentment. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Why was Zichen so lucky? Why did he have to die every time? The tribulation clouds dispersed and the invisible barrier disappeared. Longhu and the rest rushed to Zichen and were on guard to prevent others from disturbing him. The light on Zichen's body gradually receded. He was completely naked, and his perfect figure was displayed in front of everyone. Su Mengyaro blushed and pointed at Zichen. In a flash, a set of clothes automatically covered Zichen. At this moment, Zichen did not know what was happening outside. He was constantly trying to understand the law of destruction. The monk, who had nothing to do, circled around Zichen continuously, sizing him up from head to toe. "Monk, what are you looking at?" Lin Shui asked unhappily. "I'm trying to see if Zichen is human," Monk said. "How can Zichen not be human?" Lin Shui asked. Monk continued, "If he's human, why doesn't he do anything?" When Lin Shui heard that, she was furious. "Monk, how can you say that? You're the one who doesn't do anything." Monk said seriously, "He has comprehended so many laws. Is that something a normal person would do? How can that be considered human?" Chapter 1183. No matter how long a lightning tribulation was, it had to come to an end. No matter how special a lightning tribulation was, it had to come to an end. Zichen's Earth origin lightning tribulation finally came to an end after the 50th bolt of lightning. During this time, they had been puzzled, ridiculed, shocked, envied. In any case, this time, Zichen's tribulation hadn't disappointed them. Not only had it not disappointed them, but it had made them despair. Compared to Zichen's tribulation, even the monks who had comprehended the laws of good and evil had lost control of their emotions, let alone the other Earth Origins disciples. They all felt ashamed of their inferiority. They had an urge to bang their heads against the wall and kill themselves. Just by passing the lightning tribulation, Zichen stood above all the Earth Prime experts, surpassing everyone else. Zichen had advanced to the Earth Origin realm. This was a joyous occasion for the Everlasting Sect. But despite this, the Everlasting Sect didn't invite anyone to eat with them. It could be said that they were extremely stingy, which made the others dissatisfied. "What do you think?" The princess had watched from start to finish. Her expression had changed several times. Now, she finally spoke. "It's a very mysterious and powerful law," said the middle-aged devil. "I'm asking what kind of person he is," said the princess. The middle-aged devil was silent for a moment before saying, "He's very, very dangerous. If there's a chance, we have to kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a great enemy of the devil race in the future. It's said that once he breaks through, he'll go to the martial war continent. We shouldn't have a chance to kill him. Furthermore, the martial war continent is so big. It's enough for him to wander around. This world is just a passing traveler to him," said the princess. The middle-aged devil smiled. "That's just your highness' guess. In truth, Zichen is a very sentimental person. He kills people like they're scything flax, but his heart is very soft. Furthermore, his experiences have all been dark, but his heart is always clear. He doesn't have the power to resist the entire devil race, so he can only protect this region. But once he has the power, he'll definitely protect the martial heaven continent like he did here. At that time, we'll be chased out." The middle-aged demon glanced at Zichen and said, "Zichen is very good to women and has many women around him. He is very protective of the fairer sex. However, he has tried to kill your highness several times. I believe that if given the chance, he will not hesitate to kill your highness." People like him value their positions very much. He is very dangerous and has high potential. If given the chance, you should kill him. The princess looked at Zi Chen with a strange light in her eyes and said, "Indeed, this is a dangerous guy. But now, he is almost invincible in this world. Who would have the chance to kill him? With that Heaven Prime expert, no one will be able to kill Zi Chen." Just as the two of them were talking, Zi Chen opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, Zi Chen released a powerful aura. This was the aura of an Earth Prime expert, and it was an aura that caused many Earth Primes to tremble. In the past, Zi Chen and the Everlasting Sect had been suppressed miserably by Earth Primes. Back then, just one Earth Prime expert was enough to cause the entire Everlasting Sect to be on guard. Under the pressure of Earth Primes, Zi Chen had been very eager to break through. For this reason, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Today, he had finally broken through. Today, Zi Chen could finally look down on the Earth Prime existences that were once unreachable. Zi Chen's gaze swept over those Earth Primes that had yet to leave. They subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zi Chen's gaze. Zi Chen slowly withdrew the powerful aura around him. Then, he released his perception and sensed the 3 Earth weapons. Among the 3 Earth weapons, only the Dragon Soul Spear was an Earth Spirit weapon. It contained the Dragon Soul. Originally, the Dragon Soul Spear had been severely injured, and there were cracks on the surface of the Dragon Soul Spear. However, with the eruption of vitality in Zi Chen's body and the last rule of destruction, not only did the Dragon Soul Spear repair itself, but the Dragon Soul Spear had also strengthened and transformed. If Zi Chen used the Dragon Soul Spear to attack, it would be even more powerful. As for the other 2 Earth weapons, one was the black boxing glove that Zi Chen had obtained, and the other was a long saber that suppressed power. As for the other Earth Primes, the Sky Pisser, and a few other ancient weapons, they were all shattered. However, Zi Chen was still very satisfied to be able to obtain 3 Earth weapons under such a frightening lightning tribulation. Putting away the Earth weapons, Zi Chen once again controlled his spiritual senses to recall the 9 sword steelies that had flown into the distance. This lightning tribulation had far exceeded his expectations. Previously, Zi Chen did not need the sword steelies. However, when he needed them, the sword steelies could not unleash their full power. The sword steelies only blocked 2 lightning tribulations before they were blasted far away. However, it was undeniable that the sword steelies were still very powerful. They were just not suitable for lightning tribulations. Around him, everyone congratulated him. Similar words of congratulations could be heard continuously. Why? Why? When it was Monk's turn, the latter stared at Zi Chen with bloodshot eyes. What do you mean why? Zi Chen looked at Monk in confusion. How did you comprehend the good and evil rule? Monk asked with widened eyes. Is it that difficult? I only used a little over 100 years to comprehend it, Zi Chen said again. Ah! Monk shouted angrily at the sky. If he had hair, it would have been standing on end. He shouted unwillingly, why? Good and evil rule should be my exclusive rule. What right do you have to comprehend it? Zi Chen looked at the crazy monk seriously and asked, are you sick? Beside him, Demon Ape laughed and said, he was provoked. It can be considered sick. Others laughed when they heard this. Zi Chen, congratulations on your breakthrough. A cold voice sounded from not far away. The princess came forward with the middle-aged demon. Zi Chen looked at her and nodded, saying, thank you. Since you've successfully transcended the tribulation, let's return to the Wuji sect first, Wang Qiong said. Everyone began to return. When they returned to the Wuji sect, the news had already spread. Many people came to congratulate them. On the same day, Xing Dao Li came to bid farewell. Senior is leaving. Zi Chen was surprised. Xing Dao Li patted Zi Chen's shoulder and said, you're not bad. After going to the Zhanwu continent, be careful. Your chances of survival will be very high. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Only by staying alive can you become strong. Zi Chen nodded solemnly. Seeing you break through this time, I felt a lot. I want to go out for a walk. Senior, where are you going? I'll go to the Martial Heaven continent first. If I can't find the direction, I'll go to the Jianwu continent. If we're really fated, we might meet there. Zichen smiled. If that's the case, I'll have to rely on you in the future. Xing Daoli laughed. Zichen suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior, do you know anything about the demon race? The demon race. The continent where the demon race lives. You're going to the dark region? Xing Daoli looked at Zichen. It's the devil ape. He's going back to get something. I'm not at ease, so I'm going with him. Senior, have you been there before? Asked Zichen. The dark region is also a continent, but it's not as large as the Martial Heaven continent. It's said that it extends from the Martial Heaven continent. Other than that, there are many other regions around the Martial Heaven continent. Currently, I haven't found any place connected to the Martial Heaven continent. This was the first time Zichen had heard of such a thing. He immediately asked, Senior, are you saying that there are other regions in this world besides the demon race's region? Xing Daoli nodded. Of course. If the Martial Heaven continent had so many Earth primal experts, then the peak powers of the Martial Heaven continent wouldn't count for anything in the Jianwu continent. There are many regions around the Martial Heaven continent. It's said that these regions are connected to the Martial Heaven continent, but for some reason, they automatically separate from the Martial Heaven continent. Up until now, we've only found the channel between the Martial Heaven continent and the demon race. Zichen curiously asked, then what's so special about the other regions? Are the people living there also humans? There are humans, but there are also other races. For example, the beast race, the dragon race, the bird race, the winged race, and so on. Zichen's eyes widened. There are so many races. That's still a lot. There are still many higher races that I haven't mentioned. The Martial Heaven continent was large enough that Zichen hadn't been able to explore every region in his 1,000 years. However, Zichen hadn't expected there to be other regions outside of the Martial Heaven continent. Furthermore, there were other races living there. In his mind, the Jianwu continent had become even vaster. With so many races entering the Jianwu continent, the conflicts would stop. Zichen was filled with anticipation. Do you know why I came to the Martial Heaven continent? Asked Xing Daoli suddenly. Zichen said, Senior, you're originally from the Martial Heaven continent. Xing Daoli smiled. That's only one reason. The other reason is because the Martial Heaven continent belongs to the lower races. As for the answer I'm looking for, it's either the highest or the lowest Martial Heaven continent. The lowest. Zichen was speechless. Once you reach the Jianwu continent, you'll naturally understand. In the present world, other than the human race, there are many other races. And those races are undoubtedly stronger than the human race. Humans are born without any power, so they are called lower races. As for the higher races, they are born in the Earth origin realm. Just as Zichen was shaking the Jianwu continent, Xing Daoli changed the topic. I haven't been to the dark region, so I don't have any good advice for you. However, if you really want to go there, you have to be careful. The details of your tribulation have probably already spread. There are many people who don't like you, especially the devil race. Practically every one of them wants to kill you. So you have to be careful. After pausing for a moment, Xing Daoli continued, Well, before I leave, I'll give you a life-saving item so you don't die there. Xing Daoli spent 3 days refining a life-saving item for Zichen before leaving. Chapter 1184. You're leaving so quickly? Asked Zichen courteously. In the past few days, his attitude toward the princess had clearly changed. It couldn't be called good, but it also wasn't hostile. Zichen was currently brewing tea. For some reason, ever since the princess had heard about the way of tea from Zichen, she would feel uneasy whenever she saw tea. She was unable to calm down when she saw Zichen brewing tea. I came here to see the Longhu sovereign breakthrough. Now that I've seen you undergo your lightning tribulation, I naturally have to leave. But before I leave, I'm a bit curious. When will you go to the martial war continent? Asked the princess. Zichen placed a cup of tea in front of her. Soon. However, I'm also very curious as to what your devil race is like. The princess sensed something and asked, You're interested in the devil race's territory? Zichen smiled and said, I'm just curious, that's all. Up until now, all the people who have come out of the demon race have been extremely strong. Furthermore, they have far surpassed the Tianwu continent's experts. It seems that your territory is not bad, but why would you attack the Tianwu continent? If I said it was because of ambition, would you believe me? Asked the princess. Of course not. Earth primes will leave this world and go to the martial war continent. If they really had ambition, they would have ruled that place, not the lowest level of the martial heaven continent, said Zichen. The princess put down her cup and seriously looked at Zichen. It seems you know quite a bit. Zichen smiled but didn't say anything. The princess pondered for a moment before saying, in truth, our territory is very suitable for cultivation, but it's also very dangerous. Opportunity and danger coexist. Isn't that a good thing? Danger once or twice is fine, but if you're constantly on edge, you'll be happy. What danger? Asked Zichen curiously. It's a kind of dark storm. It's very terrifying. Only in this storm can people survive. The princess glanced at Zichen. Each year, the number of people who die in the storm is no less than the number of people who die in battle. Zichen frowned. Is there no way to stop it? The princess said, without the storms, the demons would not be able to rise again, because the energy of heaven and earth in the demons is all provided by the storms. As a member of the royal family, you should be able to mobilize a lot of resources. Could it be that even a member of the royal family can't solve this? In the demon race, there are many royal races. I am only the royal race of the power demon race. Apart from that, there are also shadow demons, flame demons, divine demons, and other races. It seems that the demon race is very unified, but in fact, there are conflicts among us. Looking at Zichen, who was deep in thought, the princess said, actually, there is a solution to stop the storm. Ask a Heaven's Origin cultivator at his peak to sacrifice his life and forcibly open a channel. Let the dark energy surge into this area, but it can only protect this area, just like your sanctuary. Hearing this, Zichen was a bit speechless. Whether the princess was talking about Xingdao Li or a real Heaven's Origin cultivator, it was extremely unrealistic to ask them to voluntarily give up their lives at their peak. All life in the world was selfish, especially powerful cultivators. It was impossible to ask a Heaven's Origin cultivator to voluntarily give up his life to save a group of unrelated people. Not to mention Heaven's Origin cultivators, even if it was the current Zichen, if he had to choose his own life to save the sanctuary, Zichen would definitely not agree. Under Zichen's deliberate guidance, the princess told him many things about the demon race. After that, the princess left with a few Earth's Origin cultivators. On the way back, the princess suddenly said, go back and check on the situation of the sky-splitting battle ape. Check on the sky-splitting battle ape. That's right. I suspect that Zichen might be going to the darkness continent. The sensitive princess sensed Zichen's abnormality and quickly guessed that it was related to the sky-splitting battle ape. Isn't Zichen going to the war martial continent? Why is he going to the darkness continent? Go and check on the sky-splitting battle ape. Perhaps the answer is with him. Remember, be quick. The princess led them through many transportation formations and arrived at the Devil Sect city. After arriving, they recorded the news of the sky-splitting battle ape on a piece of paper and placed it in front of the princess. Looking at the records, a smile appeared on the princess's face. After a while, she said, Men. A demon guard walked in through the door. Send a message to the darkness continent. The strongest human of the Tianwu continent, Zichen, is going to the darkness continent to find the sky-splitting battle ape. The demon guard nodded and sent someone to deliver the message. Half a day later, another piece of news reached the demon race. This piece of news was about Zichen's deeds and how Zichen could change the appearance of demons. Furthermore, the news clearly stated that the other party was very likely to be the two of them. What Zichen didn't know was that before he went to the darkness continent, the news of him going to the darkness continent had already spread. At the same time, the details of Zichen's tribulation also spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Zichen, who had disappeared for 1,000 years, once again attracted the attention of many powers. This time, Zichen's name spread throughout the Earth realm. Even many Emptiness Realm experts had no choice but to pay attention to Zichen. On the second day after the princess left, people from the Floating Mist sect came. They were several old fellows. They said that they wanted to take Su Mengyaro away and let her walk on the true Tao. Su Mengyaro couldn't make up her mind. Thus, these old fellows came to find Zichen. When Zichen heard this, he immediately refused. No, definitely not. Why? Mengyao's light can only truly shine in the War Martial continent. Furthermore, there are experts from the Floating Mist sect there. You don't need to worry about her safety there. That's right. She has comprehended the most perfect floating mist Tao. If she continues to stay in the Qianwu continent, it will only be a waste of her talent. The group of old fellows were very emotional. However, no matter what they said, no matter how much they said, Zichen only had one word: no. You're selfish. Zichen, you're a despicable person. A truly selfish, despicable person. The group of old fellows were so angry that they forgot their own strength. They relied on their age to criticize Zichen. Knowing that they were truly concerned about Mengyaro, Zichen wasn't angry. He called Su Mengyaro over and said, "You can follow them back to the Floating Mist sect. However, before you break through to the Emptiness Realm, I will definitely not allow you to go to the War Martial continent." The few old fellows were unhappy and wanted to say something. However, Zichen coldly said, "You all are thinking about the future of the Floating Mist sect. However, in my eyes, whether the Floating Mist sect has a future or not is not important. What I want is for Mengyaro to live. Even if she loses a little bit of her talent, I don't want anything to happen to her." Zichen's attitude was firm and his words were unyielding. The few old fellows were helpless, but they could only agree. Zichen looked at Su Mengyaro and solemnly warned, "Remember, before you break through to the Emptiness Realm, you are not allowed to go to the War Martial continent. Even if they say that I will wait for you at the Floating Mist sect in the War Martial continent, you are not allowed to go." Su Mengyaro nodded seriously and said softly, "I know." Zichen held Su Mengyaro in his arms. The group of old fellows tactfully left. "Are you leaving?" Su Mengyaro asked. "I am going to the Dark Continent with the demon race. After taking something, we will go to the War Martial continent." Zichen whispered in Su Mengyao's ear, "I will wait for you at the War Martial continent. At that time, I will eat you." Hearing this, Su Mengyao's face instantly turned red. However, she still nodded gently and followed the few old fellows to the Floating Mist sect. In the next few days, Zichen spent his days with the three women and his nights with Shangguan Yu. As for the other two women, Zichen didn't have any thoughts of eating them because he was about to leave. No matter what, he couldn't just leave after eating them. Just like how he warned Su Mengyaro, Zichen warned them that before they broke through, they were not allowed to enter the War Martial continent. This naturally included Longhu, Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and the other Earth Primes of the Everlasting sect. Of course, Tyrant didn't need to be warned. Once, after drinking, Tyrant said that the reason these old monks followed him wasn't just to help Zichen, but to watch him in case he suddenly went to the War Martial continent. To be safe, Zichen chose to stay in the War Martial continent like the other Earth Primes. He would only allow them to enter after he broke through. This way, they could intimidate the other forces and give the Everlasting sect more time to develop. A few days later, Zichen and the Devil Ape left the Everlasting sect and entered the Ancient Trial Road with the Ancient Token. With the Ancient Token, Zichen was the supervisor of the Trial Road and could pass through it at will. Next, Zichen mainly focused on the worlds where the Devil race existed, and then sensed and listened to their communication. The battle was still going on, and the passage of the Devil race would open from time to time. Zichen was looking for an extremely suitable passage. 10 days later, Zichen found a team of mortal primes of the Devil race. Through the conversation, Zichen learned that they were returning to the Devil race with a batch of core primes. A beam of light shot out from the Ancient Token, and the light enveloped the two of them. The next moment, they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already above the team. "One for each of us." Zichen pointed at the two mortal primes below. The devil ape nodded. This was a team of 20 people, and they were waiting in a trial world. Suddenly, the space where they were waiting cracked, and a powerful force descended. The group of primes of the devil race panicked and retreated in all directions. During this time, the air trembled, and the two devils disappeared into thin air. Zichen and the devil ape subdued them in an instant, and then searched their memories as quickly as possible. They obliterated their bodies, and then transformed into the other party's appearance. When the change happened, the group of devils dodged in time. There were only 1 or 2 minor injuries, and there were no signs of death. Zichen and the devil ape stood together, and everyone gathered again. Half a day later, a group of devils came and led a team to a place completely controlled by the devil race. Chapter 1185. A cross-realm passage was no different from a teleportation portal. In just a short moment, they could reach another realm. A group of 20 demons appeared on a huge black platform. The bottom of the platform was engraved with dense black patterns, like a super-large teleportation portal. The world was dark and bright. A black sun hung in the sky. The black sun emitted a cold light, illuminating this world that was mainly black. As soon as Zichen appeared, he sharply sensed the aura of more than a dozen Earth Prime demons. They were scattered around the platform. Above the platform, there was a huge black light shield supported by many Earth Prime demons. After the group of demons appeared, the leader of the demons took out a token and led everyone away from the platform, flying into the distance. During this time, they were interrogated once, but it was just official business and they passed easily. The black light barrier was at least 100 miles in size. After walking out of the light barrier, Zichen noticed that the other demons' expressions had become vigilant. After searching the memories of the demons, Zichen knew that they were out of the safe zone outside the light shield. They were in a place where the storm could appear at any time. In the memories of the demons, dark storms were everywhere. Along the way, Zichen released his spiritual thoughts to sense the abnormalities around him. Along the way, Zichen saw mountains, trees, rivers, and even some magical beasts. But without a doubt, all of these things were black in color. The main style of this world was black. Other than that, there were no other colors. Heaven and earth were filled with extremely dense demonic power. It was much denser than the holy region where Zichen was. Zichen sighed in his heart. This was indeed the most suitable place for cultivation. It was indeed the place that nurtured so many powerful demons. But just as he sighed, the void where they were broke open silently. A black hole that took up half the sky appeared. And in the black hole, a huge dark storm appeared. Boom! The storm was in a violent state as soon as it appeared. The black hurricane tore apart the space around it. The rolling sound was like thunder exploding. Sand and stones flew and covered the sky. Peng! A black mountain was uprooted by the storm. The moment the mountain was raised, it was torn apart by a wave of energy. The mountain was instantly shattered. Large patches of black forest were also directly turned into dust under the ravaging of the storm. Within the black storm, there was an extremely powerful destructive force. As soon as it appeared, it shattered everything. Many magical beasts did not even have time to cry out before they were crushed by the energy within the storm. However, within the terrifying storm, there was also a dense, nearly tangible mana. The entire black storm was composed of black mana, and as the storm swept, the mana drifted in all directions before finally surging toward this area. Because of the appearance of this storm, the already dense magic power in the world became even denser. The storm appeared very suddenly, but the group of demons did not panic. They quickly mobilized the power in their bodies to form layers of defense, and then curled up together like a black stone, allowing the storm to create a hurricane that moved their bodies. Zichen exchanged glances with the devil ape. Then, the two of them passed through the center of the storm and disappeared from sight. As for the other demons, they were swept away by the energy and sent flying in all directions. Tens of thousands of miles away, the two of them stopped. The devil ape, who felt the storm for the first time, sighed, "What a strange storm, I actually did not sense it at all." Zichen nodded and said, "It is indeed very strange. The storm's power is very strong. Even if it is a mortal yuan, if they are unlucky, they will be in danger of dying. No wonder the demons here would attack the Sky Martial continent. It is really too dangerous here. The devil ape soared into the sky and released his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. After a moment, he landed and said, "If we continue forward, we will reach the Shadow Devil's territory. We need to pass through here, then pass through the Flame Devil's territory to reach the place I mentioned." Shadow Devil. Zichen smiled and said, "The demons have a strong sense of territory. If we want to pass through smoothly, I am afraid we will encounter some trouble." The devil ape said, "There should be some trouble, but if we go through the forest, we should be able to save a lot of trouble." In the forest, there were only a few magical beasts, and very few demons. Zichen and the devil ape were both very strong, so they naturally would not care about some magical beasts. The two of them flew through the forest. The news from the Power Demon Tribe's princess had already reached the Shadow Devil's territory. Hearing that the first human Earth Yuan expert had arrived, the Shadow Devil's people were excited and had already sent people to secretly observe. Remember, if you see two demons traveling alone, stop them. If they resist, kill them without mercy. As the news spread, the Shadow Devil's people paid attention to the two demons. A few days later, the news reached the Shadow Devil's royal family. What? Two power demons were found in the Shadow Devil Mountain? What are their realms? In a black hall, a tall demon wearing black armor asked. Mortal Yuan, the demon below him replied respectfully. Did you manage to stop them? They are very strong. I could not stop them. Then send an Earth Yuan expert. Yes, Your Highness. The demons left, leaving only the seventh prince in the hall. He looked at the demon statue in front of him and sneered, "Human, if it is really you, don't even think about leaving alive." Half a day later, the news came that an Earth Yuan expert had been killed. A human Yuan expert can kill an Earth Yuan expert. TMPH, it must be that human. I didn't expect him to appear here. Tell them to follow me. The seventh prince shouted and left the hall with the Earth Yuan experts. The Dark Continent was not big, but it was a quarter of the Tianwu continent. Zichen and the demon ape walked for a few days, but they were still unable to pass through the forest. During this time, the two of them encountered several storms, but they were all seen from afar. On the third day, they encountered the Shadow Devil's people, who tried to stop them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the demon ape killed the demons. They thought that the trouble was over, but they did not expect to encounter another demon half a day later. And this time, it was an Earth Yuan demon. Come out. Zichen, who was walking forward, frowned slightly. The demon ape roared and looked in a certain direction with its blood-red eyes. You do have some skills. A cold laugh rang out, and a figure walked out of the void in front of them. Encountering demons twice in a day, our luck is really bad. Zichen could not help but smile bitterly. Who are you? The demon ape stared at him coldly. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil laughed and said, You came to the Shadow Devil clan. I should be the one asking who you are. Zichen frowned and said, We are just passing by. Passing by. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's expression turned cold. Without the permission of the Shadow Devil clan, you can't even pass by. What do you want? Zichen looked at him. Nothing. I just want to invite the two of you to visit the Shadow Devil clan, said the Earth Yuan Shadow Devil. What should we do? The demon ape looked at Zichen. Zichen said calmly, Kill. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the demonic ape nodded. Primordial Shadow Demon's expression changed greatly. He turned around and tried to escape. Originally, he wasn't sure of the two's identity, but after Zichen said the word kill, he was sure. Therefore, he was scared and turned around to run. The message clearly stated that the two were Earth Yuan experts, and they were very strong. The devil ape coldly snorted, then made a grabbing motion in the air. Numerous black streams of air appeared on the Earth Shadow Demon's body. The streams of air were like materialized chains, binding the Earth Shadow Demon tightly, then bringing his body back. Under the imprisonment, the Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's power was rapidly draining away. He was so frightened that he shouted, This is the Skybreaker clan's imprisonment ability. Phut. A black light shot out from the demon ape's fingers and hit the demon's forehead. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's vision darkened and his spiritual sense dissipated. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil died, and the imprisonment around him disappeared. His body fell to the ground. A fiery light suddenly shot out from Zichen's body. The fiery light was like a spirit snake. It wrapped around the Earth Shadow Devil's body and pulled him back, disappearing from Zichen's sight. Zichen held a small pill cauldron in his hand. Let's go. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's body was sucked into the Wuji cauldron. Zichen put away the cauldron, and the two set off again. Zichen had no plans to go back this time, so he took the Wuji cauldron and left the Castle of Time in the Wuji sect. In the tens of thousands of years in the Castle of Time, the Wuji cauldron had refined many pills. In addition, the Wuji sect had nurtured many alchemists, enough to keep the Wuji sect running normally. After leaving the Shadow Devil royal clan, the seventh prince led his people straight to the Shadow Devil forest. Zichen thought that his plan was flawless, leaving no loopholes. Little did he know that his every move was under the surveillance of the Shadow Devil royal clan. In the Shadow Demon forest, there were many demon beasts. When Zichen and the demon ape flew across the sky, they would raise their heads and look at them. Then, they would pass on their movements to the king of the forest, and then to the Shadow Demon royal family. Your Highness, are those two humans very strong? Along the way, an Earth Yuan Shadow Devil asked. At the front of the group, the seventh prince said indifferently, the news was sent by Mo Kai according to his previous behavior, this human must have a grudge with him. As for how strong he is, I don't think so. But to be able to follow the sky-splitting battle ape, he can't be weak. But to say that he's the strongest human, I don't believe. Just like us, there are many experts, but no one dares to arrogantly claim to be the strongest. Didn't the sky-splitting battle ape disappear a long time ago? An Earth Yuan Shadow Devil asked in surprise. They disappeared in our world, but one appeared in the human world. Now that he's back, he should be trying to get the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape. But it won't be so easy to get the inheritance. Because of the precise route, the Shadow Devil royal clan headed straight for Zichen's group, blocking the path of Zichen and the demon ape. Chapter 1186. The two previous encounters with the Shadow Demon clan had left Zichen somewhat puzzled. Now that he saw more than 10 Earth Prime 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 Earth. Before he could open his mouth, the seventh prince said, "Should I call you human, or should I call you Zichen?" Zichen and the devil ape's expressions changed instantly. "What do you mean? We don't understand," Zichen said calmly. The seventh prince mocked, "Are you pretending to be ignorant or not? Hihi. Since you're hiding and don't dare to show your true face, it's fine. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the Shadow Demon Seventh Prince. You can call me Your Highness or Seventh Prince. I'm here because I'm waiting for someone called Zichen." The seventh prince looked at Zichen and asked mockingly, "I want to find him and kill him. May I ask if you're Zichen?" The devil ape said telepathically, "What's going on? How did they know we were coming here?" Zichen instantly recalled the scene when he was chatting with the princess. He was still a little puzzled as to why she was so talkative all of a sudden. It turned out that she had already guessed his intention. This woman's intelligence is indeed terrifying. Zichen sighed in his heart. He looked at the seventh prince and said, "So what if I am and so what if I'm not?" The seventh prince smiled and said, "If you are, I'll kill you. If you aren't, I'll let you go. But you have to leave through here." As he spoke, the seventh prince pointed at his crotch and looked at Zichen mockingly. Zichen's body flashed and his true form appeared. He was wearing black clothes and had an indifferent expression. Beside him, the devil ape also revealed his true form. "Hello, seventh prince," Zichen greeted. "Hello, Zichen," the seventh prince said calmly. It must be the princess of power demon who sent you the message. You're very smart. Hearing the seventh prince's silent acknowledgement, Zichen said, I want to know how you found us. The seventh prince pointed to the dense forest below and said, Do you see the demonic beasts here? These are all our people. Zichen was immediately relieved. Just like how the seventh prince could mobilize the demonic beasts here, Zichen could also mobilize the demonic beasts in the sanctuary. As long as he was willing, all the demonic beasts could provide him with clues. Furthermore, with the information that the princess had sent back earlier, it was normal for the other party to be able to find them. Furthermore, the princess must have guessed that the devil ape wanted to return to the demon race. The demon race belonged to an unknown place. Zichen could come here for the devil ape, but he definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to come here rashly. Therefore, she had already guessed that there would be two people. Thinking back to when the two of them first met, Zichen was still a demon, but once he made a move, he would be exposed, so the princess had sent people to find two demons. Zichen looked at the dozen or so Earth Prime cultivators in front of him. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Zichen took in all of their realms. These were all Earth Prime cultivators. Perhaps they were very strong and not ordinary, but in Zichen's eyes, as long as they were Earth Prime cultivators and not Emptiness Realm cultivators, there was no difference. As he expanded his spiritual senses again, Zichen didn't find any Emptiness Realm cultivators hiding in the surroundings. He asked, I want to ask if there are still many people waiting for me along the way. The seventh prince smiled and said, Of course, there are many princes and princesses waiting for you. However, since I have found you, they no longer have any chance. Your path forward will end here. Zichen nodded and said, You are confident that you can stop me. I have already guessed that you are very strong, but I still want to know what the princess of power demon said about me. The strongest Earth Prime cultivator of the human race, the seventh prince answered sincerely. Zichen smiled and said, She is telling the truth, but you don't seem to believe her. Of course, there are only strong cultivators in the world. There is no such thing as the strongest cultivator. Moreover, as a member of the Shadow Demon royal family, I am confident that I am stronger than humans. Even if a human spiritual body comes, I will not lose, the seventh prince said confidently. Zichen nodded again and said, It seems that you are very smart. So, do you want to fight me as a group or one-on-one? I want to see the strongest cultivator of the human race. Naturally, I will choose one-on-one. Okay. Zichen nodded and looked at the demon ape. The demon ape nodded as well. After nodding, the demon ape retreated dozens of meters. Then, its body began to glow. Rays of light shone brightly. Then, each ray of light turned into a figure. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of figures appeared around the demon ape. Then, these figures rushed in all directions. After a while, screams came from the forest. The screams came from the demonic beasts that were preparing to watch the battle. The clones were killing the demonic beasts, one at a time. As Earth Prime cultivators, none of them were fools. After seeing this, the seventh prince and the other Earth Prime cultivators became very serious. Obviously, they guessed Zichen's intention. The seventh prince said, You want to kill all of us. Of course, I won't let any of you go. Shameless boasting, the seventh prince roared and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the seventh prince who suddenly disappeared, Zichen sneered. He turned around and punched behind him. This punch was just pure power. Even the rules were not used. Boom. The void was punched through by the punch. The terrible power gushed forward. The seventh prince's figure just appeared and was facing the power of Zichen's attack. His expression changed. He raised both his palms to meet the attack. With another bang, the seventh prince flew backward. His expression changed again and again. He sighed and said, The strongest cultivator of the human race is indeed extraordinary. But I have changed my mind now. I want to fight as a group instead of one-on-one. Zichen shrugged and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Demon ape, kill all the demonic beasts within 100 miles. The demon ape nodded and left in a flash. Around them, the Earth Yuans looked even more serious. Some of them immediately took out their Earth spiritual weapons. Zichen's move was obviously to kill everyone and ensure that his whereabouts would not be exposed by the demonic beasts. He dared to do this in the face of so many Earth Yuans. Obviously, he was very confident. Therefore, the Earth Yuans became very cautious. They all mobilized the power of rules and surrounded Zichen. Kill! Shouts rang out. Terrifying energy began to ripple. Earth Yuans came from all directions. Poof! Zichen's 2 fingers formed a sword and slashed forward. The sword chi formed by the destruction of rules slashed forward. The power of an Earth Yuan's who came forward was instantly dispersed. His defense was broken and his body was split in 2. After his body was split, Zichen spat out a ball of fire from his body. The fire wrapped around the Earth Yuan's body and kept him in the Wuji cauldron. Not long after, a sphere of laws would be successfully refined. After the first strike, Zichen's figure flashed. He was much faster than the shadow demon. He dodged several attacks and arrived before the second shadow demon. He pointed his finger again. A sword chi pierced through the shadow demon's forehead and extinguished his soul. Boom! The void exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out. Many Earth Yuan's attacks exploded. However, they could not harm Zichen at all. Zichen's figure flashed again and arrived before the third Earth Yuan's. Poof! The third Earth Yuan's did not have time to react and was killed. After a round of attacks, the shadow demon's side lost 3 Earth Yuan's. The others gathered together and looked at Zichen in fear. You are so powerful. Deep fear appeared in the 7th prince's eyes. At the same time, he regretted that he had underestimated the humans and did not bring any emptiness realm experts with him. Zichen, if you have the chance, capture some Earth Yuan's alive. That way, the fragments of rules you refine will be complete, Cauldron Spirit's voice transmitted into Zichen's mind. Looking at the terrified Earth Yuan's, Zichen mocked, "What's wrong? Scared?" The shadow demon's Earth Yuan's did not reply. They all looked at the 7th prince. The 7th prince transmitted, "Find a chance to escape. Since none of you are going to make a move, it's my turn." Upon finishing those words, Zichen moved at extreme speed. He appeared before an Earth Yuan's like a ghost. He knocked the Earth Yuan's unconscious with a single palm strike. He then kept the Earth Yuan's body in his cauldron. Bang! Zichen's figure flashed again and the second Earth Yuan's collapsed. Thump! Zichen clenched his fist and smashed the third Earth Yuan's unconscious. With Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Zichen no longer killed. He knocked the Earth Yuan's unconscious and kept them in his cauldron. In a short period of time, all the Earth Yuan's had entered Zichen's cauldron. Only the 7th prince was left. The 7th prince was terrified. But in the face of Zichen's phantom-like speed, it was impossible for him to escape. "I'll kill you," the 7th prince shouted. He then took out his Earth Soul weapon and swung it at Zichen. Heaven and earth were split apart by this attack. Powerful energy surged as if it was going to destroy everything. Zichen held the cauldron in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He punched towards the sky. Boom! Golden light flashed. This extremely domineering punch struck the Earth Soul weapon. A deafening explosion sounded between heaven and earth. The powerful energy contained in the Earth Soul weapon was shattered by Zichen's punch. However, when the Earth Soul weapon collided with Zichen's fist, a loud clang was heard. Then, a repulsive force came from the Earth Soul weapon and sent the 7th prince flying. When they looked at Zichen, they saw only a white mark on his fist. What? How is this possible? Looking at the white mark, the 7th prince widened his eyes in disbelief. He was attacked by the Earth Soul weapon and his defense was not broken. What kind of physique did he have? Zichen laughed mockingly. He rushed towards the 7th prince and punched again. Don't let them escape. Let my big brother take revenge for me. Just as Zichen rushed over, the 7th prince suddenly shouted towards the sky. He knew that he was going to die, so he sent a message. His voice traveled over 100 miles. Then, he held the Earth Soul weapon tightly and launched a crazy attack at Zichen. Bang! Moments later, the 7th prince's Earth Soul weapon exploded and the 7th prince entered the everlasting elixir cauldron. As a prince, His strength was not bad. However, he was still far from the power devil princess. Zichen only had to use a little effort to kill him. The devil ape flew over from afar and smiled bitterly. All the demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. However, that shout just now traveled over 500 to 600 miles. I'm afraid the news has already spread. It's fine. Let's speed up and pass through here. Zichen waved his hand and said. Chapter 1187. It took 3 days for the news of the death of the 7th prince to reach the 1st prince of the Shadow Demon clan. What? The 7th prince is dead. Hearing the news, the 1st prince's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The news came 3 days ago. He went to kill humans, but soon the demonic beasts heard the 7th prince's request for help. They asked for your help to avenge him, an Earth Prime Shadow Demon in the hall said. What happened? The 1st prince's shock disappeared, and his face became gloomy. There was no battle. All the demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. It's all because of that damned Mo Yang. It's all because of her. The 1st prince's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slowly recovered and asked, how many people were there? And how many people did my brother bring? There were only 2 people. One was a human, and the other was a sky-splitting battle ape. No one could tell the details of the battle, but according to the demonic beasts, the sky-splitting battle ape didn't attack. It was only the human. The 7th prince brought 14 Earth Prime Shadow Demons. Hearing the Earth Prime Minister's words, a sinister smile appeared on the 1st prince's face. Just one person, but he managed to kill 14 Earth Prime Ministers. He's the strongest human in the Earth Prime Ministers. Haha, that bitch Mo Chio. She had predicted all of this. The Earth Prime Shadow Demon asked curiously, what do you mean? That be asterisk TCH. She does have a grudge against humans, but she didn't lie. Humans are indeed strong. She told us the truth because she thought we wouldn't believe her. That's why we underestimated humans and suffered a great loss, the 1st prince said coldly. So you mean that humans are very strong? The 1st prince coldly snorted. Humans are the weakest creatures in the world, but they are also the strongest. Among them, the weak are very weak, while the strong are very strong. This human named Zichen is clearly one of the best among the humans. Perhaps his combat strength even exceeds that of a human spirit. Stronger than a human spirit? That's bad. The 1st prince frowned. What's wrong? When the 3rd prince heard the news, he was furious. He brought people to surround the humans. What? How many people did he bring? Did he bring any virtual realm masters? He only brought 5 people. He didn't bring an emptiness realm expert, but there was a half-step emptiness realm expert. Not good. The 1st prince's expression changed as he said, go and find Mr. Zun. We'll go there first. After saying that, the crown prince left the palace. He seemed to have teleported. A pair of wings appeared on his back. They were pitch black and emitted a dense devil chi. Occasionally, silver light would flash through them. That silver light was the lightning energy that only existed in the martial heaven continent. The 1st prince grabbed Di Yuan and flapped the wings on his back. The next moment, he disappeared from the hall. With the addition of the shadow demon's wings, it was like adding wings to a tiger. There were magical beasts on the ground that could walk. There were magical beasts in the sky that could fly. Therefore, Zichen and the devil ape were constantly under surveillance as they hurried on their journey. 3 days passed very quickly. The 2 needed to maintain their stamina, so they barely made it out of the dense forest. Since they were unfamiliar with this place and did not have any teleportation arrays, they could only rely on flying. The speed of the 2 could be said to be much slower. In these 3 days, the 2 encountered 4 storms. 2 of them appeared right in front of them. If the 2 were only mortal Yuan or core Yuan, they would have been seriously injured even if they did not die. After staying here for more than 10 days, the 2 finally felt the living environment of the devil race. Compared to the martial heaven continent, the energy of heaven and earth here was denser. It was more suitable for the devil race to cultivate, but it was too dangerous. Even though Zichen had experienced many life and death situations along the way, it was still child's play compared to the devil race. Rumble. A black hole appeared in front of the two. There was a storm in the black hole, and the storm was mixed with devil chi. Seeing this scene, the devil ape shouted, again. Zichen sighed, twice in one day. What kind of luck is this? Zichen's voice was instantly drowned out by the storm. And in the storm, there was a sharp whistling sound. This was the sound of some black crystals rotating at high speed. This sound was like a hidden weapon, cutting through space. These crystals were very powerful. If a mortal Yuan was hit in the head, his defense would be broken and he would definitely die. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound rang in Zichen's ears. Zichen reached out and grabbed a black crystal. On the other side, the devil ape also reached out and grabbed a few black crystals. The storm could not do anything to the two. The two passed through the storm in a straight line. After passing through the storm, the two held a handful of black crystals in their hands. Looking at the black crystals, the devil ape laughed, "Brilliant devil crystal. I didn't expect the brilliant devil crystal to be produced in these storms. And it can be seen everywhere, like cabbages in the human world." Zichen also nodded and said, "Most of the Earth Yuan demons have Earth spirit weapons in their hands. It is also closely related to the brilliant devil crystal that can be seen everywhere. Yes, this area is dangerous, but there are also opportunities. Danger and opportunity coexist. It seems that it is also a kind of law of the world." Zichen laughed easily. "Indeed, you can try to comprehend this law." Zichen's smile froze in the next moment. He kept the brilliant devil crystal in his hand and looked ahead. The devil ape also sensed the abnormality and turned to look ahead. There were 5 Earth Yuan demons standing there. Zichen was still in his human form, so it was easy to recognize him. The third prince stared at him and said coldly, "You killed my 7th brother." Zichen looked at him, "You're here for revenge. I'm here for you to be buried with my 7th brother." Zichen spread his hands and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid your wish will not be fulfilled because your 7th brother can no longer be buried." Then, Zichen took out a law sphere and said, "This is it. This is your 7th brother." The third prince's face became incomparably cold. The other 4 Earth Yuan demons also emitted a crazy killing intent. One of the Earth Yuan demons even had a fluctuation similar to the emptiness realm around him. It was obvious that he had touched the threshold but had not truly broken through. "Pay for my 7th brother's life," the third prince shouted. The power of law surged around him. He held a long sword in his hand and charged at Zichen. At the same time, the other 4 also took out their earth weapons and charged at Zichen. Beside him, the devil ape looked at Zichen and asked, "Should we kill them all?" "Forget it. We'll be found out sooner or later. Don't kill too many people. Besides, their lives are not easy. Let them live a little longer." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in Zichen's hand. It was an ancient weapon that had passed the heavenly tribulation but had no spirit. Zichen held the long sword and said, "You can't play with a sword like that." As he spoke, Zichen held the sword and slashed forward. As the sword fell, the sword light appeared. The destructive power of law wrapped around the sword light. The third prince felt that Zichen's sword contained a special power. The sword seemed to have sealed off all the space around it. Facing this sword, he only had 2 choices, advance or retreat. If he advanced, he would have to face the sword light. If he retreated, he would be in a passive position. "Ha!" Facing this strange feeling, the third prince shouted. Then, he held the long sword tightly and slashed forward. The black sword light flashed, and he could vaguely hear the angry roar of the spirit in the sword light. Bang! Clang! The sword light collided and exploded, followed by the clang of the long sword. Zichen's black sword light flashed and disappeared. At the same time, Zichen tapped his foot and retreated. Just as he retreated, 4 sharp attacks cut through the space where he was originally standing. Just as Zichen retreated, the third prince was also pushed back by a powerful force. As he retreated, the long sword in his hand made a cracking sound. Then, the long sword split into 2 from the middle. The fracture was smooth and clean. In just one blow, the earth weapon in his hand was cut in half. Zichen's earth weapon had gone through many lightning tribulations and contained the destructive power of law. It was too easy for it to destroy ordinary earth weapons. But the third prince didn't know that when he saw this, his expression changed drastically. He finally realized how strong the human in front of him was. He got to know Zichen again. But he wasn't afraid because they had the advantage in numbers. But Zichen's next move told him that sometimes, numbers could be decisive. But sometimes, numbers didn't matter at all. Zichen retreated a few steps and dodged several attacks. Then, without waiting for the shattered space to recover, Zichen stepped forward. With one step, he covered dozens of meters and arrived in front of the 4 Earth Primes. Holding the black sword in his hand, he slashed forward. Puff! The sword light flashed and an Earth Primes was beheaded. Blood spurted from the neck and the head flew into the distance. Puff! Another saber fell, and the saber light flashed and disappeared. The second head flew high into the air. Puff! The third sword light fell and the third Earth Primes was killed. Clang! The fourth Earth Prime was very powerful. He was a half-step ethereal realm expert. He blocked the purple Imperial long saber's attack. However, when the attack landed, the earth weapon in his opponent's hand was cut open and the spirit soul in it was immediately destroyed. Puff! The second sword light fell and the half-step virtual realm in his body was instantly destroyed. But he was still alive. The Earth Prime's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with fear. He threw away the remaining half of the earth weapon in his hand and fled. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the human in the distance suddenly appear in front of him. Then, a black sword light mixed with some flames lit up in front of him. Puff! The fourth Earth Prime's head rolled. In the blink of an eye, Zichen killed 4 Earth Primes, including a half-step to the virtual realm. Such an easy way of killing shocked the third prince so much that he didn't immediately run away. He only reacted when Zichen's cold eyes fell on him. He screamed in horror and fled. Zichen glanced at the third prince coldly. Then, he put away his sword and took out the everlasting pill cauldron to collect the 4 Earth Prime's corpses. It was a pity that Zichen couldn't control himself once he started using the saber. He would naturally kill people instead of knocking them out. Chapter 1188. The brothers and sisters of the royal demon clan were the same as the humans of the Tianwu continent. They were filled with all kinds of internal strife. The shadow demon clan was the same. The 7th prince's death had caused many princes to secretly rejoice. Many princes fought and schemed against each other. However, the 3rd prince, 7th prince, and 1st prince were true brothers. They had a good relationship since they were young. When they grew up, they stood on the same side. When the 3rd prince heard that his younger brother had been killed, he was furious and came to find Zichen to seek revenge. He was stronger than his younger brother and had brought along a half-step ethereal realm expert and 3 powerful earth realm experts. His lineup was stronger than his younger brother's, so he was confident that he could kill the humans. Before he came, he had already guessed that the humans were strong, so he brought along 4 people. However, when the battle started, he knew that the humans were actually so strong. The humans' super strong combat power had completely exceeded the 3rd prince's imagination. When the battle started, he was all alone. The 4 people beside him had all died. Even the half-step ethereal realm expert had died. Is he still human? How can there be such an existence among the humans? At this moment, the 3rd prince was running away in fear. In the distance, some demonic beasts saw the powerful shadow demon Earthrealm expert running away. They were so frightened that they ran away. The birds in the sky also spread their wings and flew away. Zichen quickly caught up. He kept his long saber and formed a sword with 2 fingers. A sharp sword chi slashed towards the 3rd prince. Help! The sword chi was blocked by the 3rd prince. He screamed in fear and ran away again. Zichen walked behind him with a cold expression. This scene was destined to be spread to the outside world through the demonic beasts. It would spread to the various powers. Zichen's action was obviously to intimidate. Whether it was effective or not, Zichen had to intimidate them. He was a human and had no conflict of interest with the royal demon clan. In the world, As long as there was no conflict of interest, they could not be considered enemies. Zichen had killed the seventh prince and was now chasing the third prince like a dog. He wanted to show off his strength. When the news spread, if the others wanted to surround and attack Zichen, they would first have to consider the losses. Was it worth it to lose so many Earthrealm experts for a human with whom they had no enmity? The third prince continued to run. His cries for help and his screams continued to ring out, "Help! Help!" Under Zichen's deliberate urging, the third prince ran for tens of thousands of miles. Many magical beasts within those tens of thousands of miles were frightened by this scene. Zichen released a powerful aura around him. Wherever he passed, all beasts prostrated themselves before him. "Stop!" An explosive shout came from the horizon behind them. The shout was filled with endless killing intent. Zichen turned his head and saw a winged shadow devil flying towards him. The moment he saw the shadow devil, Zichen's eyes lit up. The third prince's eyes also lit up. He shouted, "Big brother, save me, stop." The first prince, who had come forward, shouted again. His body was emitting the aura of a half-step virtual realm expert. Pu. Zichen retracted his gaze from the third prince's wings, and then indifferently glanced at the third prince. The sword chi in his hand slashed out, and the third prince's miserable shriek came to an abrupt end as a head flew high into the air. The powerful shadow demon third prince was like a little chick in front of Zichen. He was easily killed. Damn it. The first prince's eyes emitted cold killing intent. A black light flashed and a black spear appeared in his hand. He gripped the spear tightly, shook his wings, and rushed towards Zichen. His opponent's speed was very fast. Everywhere he passed, there were only after images. Pu. The spear pierced through Zichen's body. A burst of energy erupted from the spear and crushed Zichen. What was crushed was only the doppelganger. Zichen's real body appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the first prince's wings, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. With the wings, the first prince's speed was definitely the fastest among the shadow demons. And the shadow demons were also the fastest among the demon race. In other words, the first prince was the fastest among the demon race. However, his full-speed attack was easily dodged by his opponent. This made the first prince angry, but there was a trace of surprise on his face. After a short exchange, the two retreated and opened up a distance. The demon ape stood in the distance and did not approach. "Human, I want you to die." The third brother's headless body fell to the ground. The first prince's face was full of hatred. He shook the spear in his hand and rushed towards Zichen again. Zichen stood in the same place. As the first prince approached, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The golden fist light illuminated the world. Zichen's figure suddenly became incomparably tall. This fist gave off an extremely domineering feeling. Pu. A powerful force was released where the fist light passed. The first prince coughed up blood and flew backwards. The anger on his face completely turned into shock. He pointed at Zichen and said in shock, "You." Zichen looked at the first prince and pointed at the wings on his back. "Let me ask you a question. Where did you get these wings?" "These are the supreme treasures of our royal shadow demon clan." Hearing this, Zichen's mouth had a trace of ridicule. The supreme treasures of the royal shadow demon clan. These are clearly the supreme treasures of the Thunder clan. Nonsense. These things have been in our royal shadow demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. The first prince said. Zichen sneered. A light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. The moment the heavenly thunder wings appeared, the first prince's expression immediately changed. He was shocked, surprised, and pleasantly surprised. Because both the wings emitted waves of suction, as if they were originally one. This is, the first prince looked at the 4 heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back with greed in his eyes. Zichen said indifferently, "This is the Thunder clan's supreme treasure, the heavenly thunder wings. With them, it is equivalent to having the fastest speed in the world." The first prince nodded with a satisfied expression. "Very good. Thank you for bringing me such a supreme treasure from the human world." Zichen said, "You're welcome." I also didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen took a step forward. With a flap of his lightning wings, his figure disappeared from the spot. When Zichen disappeared, the first prince's pupils shrank. Then, a powerful force appeared before him. A huge fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. On this fist, there was a mysterious power of the natural order. The first prince shouted and flapped his wings. He retreated while holding his spear tightly. Mobilizing the power of the natural order, he blocked the fist. Peng! With a loud bang, a powerful force raged. A huge black hole appeared in the void. Zichen stood in the black hole. The powerful suction force couldn't do anything to him. As for the first prince, he was sent flying by Zichen's punch. He coughed out blood. However, as the first prince, be it in terms of attack or defense, he was an extremely powerful existence. Zichen couldn't kill him with a single blow. Half-step void energy circulated around the first prince's body. The powerful destructive force of Zichen's attack was being neutralized by him. After retreating a few hundred meters, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. What a strong attack! He shook the spear in his hand and mobilized the power of the natural order again. Then, he shouted, Shadow Demon Secret Technique. As he shouted, thousands of black lights suddenly rushed out from the first prince's body. When these black lights reached the sky, they turned into clones. These clones were like the first prince, holding spears in their hands. Hundreds of clones appeared at the same time. They emitted the same aura. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. Die! Hundreds of people spoke at the same time. Their cold and indifferent voices sounded. Then, hundreds of people holding spears rushed towards Zichen. This was a clone attack. Each one of them was a real body. Zichen didn't need the yin-yang eye to sense it. Looking at the hundreds of figures approaching, he just smiled indifferently. Then, he clenched his fists and took a step forward. He had already used the combo technique. All the clones had just approached Zichen. Before they could launch a powerful attack, Zichen's combo technique would arrive first. After the combo technique, Zichen's footwork changed. His body would immediately leave his original position and appear in another direction. Then, several more combo techniques bloomed with a bright golden light. Looking from afar, Zichen, who was emitting a golden light, was completely surrounded by the first prince. The space left for Zichen to move was very narrow. However, in this narrow space, one explosion after another rang out continuously. Bang! Bang! After the combo technique, a golden light would enter the clone's body. Then, the clone would explode. Zichen's combo technique was very fast. In an instant, he could unleash dozens of combo techniques. Therefore, these hundreds of clones couldn't get close to Zichen. When all the clones were destroyed, Zichen clenched his fists and punched towards the chest of the last figure. Boom! Boundless golden light surged into the body of the last figure. Dazzling golden light spread from the inside out, and finally, the figure exploded. The moment the figure exploded, the void behind Zichen broke open silently. A spear appeared and pierced through the gap in the lightning wings, stabbing towards Zichen's back. The one holding the spear was the first prince with a ferocious expression. He had been hiding all this while, waiting for this moment to attack. In his opinion, this attack was foolproof. The human would definitely die. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The human had turned around at some point. His cold eyes seemed to be saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zichen grabbed the spear that contained the power of the void with his left hand. A pitch-black glove appeared on his left hand. The first prince couldn't break free from the spear. His expression changed drastically. However, before he could give up, a ghastly saber light appeared in front of him. He shouted and blocked with the spear in his hand again. At the same time, he activated the power of the void to protect his body. Pu. Where the saber light passed, the spear was instantly cut in half. At the same time, the arm that the first prince used to hold the spear was also cut off. The saber light continued to rush forward, leaving a long wound on his chest. However, because of this, he managed to survive. He quickly retreated several hundred meters. Although he was heavily injured and his earth spiritual weapon was destroyed, there was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of surprise and joy. Haha, Zichen, I have to thank you. Chapter 1189. The earth weapon was cut open, and one of the first prince's arms was chopped off. However, the first prince suddenly laughed loudly. This puzzled Zichen. However, when he saw the sudden appearance of these powers in the void, he couldn't help but frown. He said in shock, he actually broke through. The first prince's half-step void power had turned into the true power of the void. The first prince had broken through to the emptiness realm at such a critical moment. This surprised Zichen and even the first prince himself. Therefore, he laughed proudly. Zichen had given him too much pressure. If he didn't do well, he might have died. It was this pressure of life and death that allowed him to break through the bottleneck. The Earth Prime Realm comprehended the rules and mobilized the power of the rules. As for the Emptiness Realm, they mobilized the power of the void. This was evolved from the rules. Of course, it was of a higher level than the rules. Zichen had seen and fought with Emptiness Realm experts when he was in the Human Prime Realm. However, he had never seen anyone break through to the Emptiness Realm. He looked in front of him curiously. With the first prince as the center, the power of the void within a 1,000-meter radius was mobilized and gathered towards him. This power of the void merged with his body and healed his injuries. Even his severed arm was growing on its own. At the same time, the void within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to be isolated and merged with his body. A black light flashed and the demon ape appeared in front of Zichen. It looked at the first prince who was hundreds of meters away and said in surprise, as expected of the first prince of the Shadow Demon clan. The emptiness realm that he formed for the first time is actually 1,000-meter wide. 1,000-meter wide? Is it different? Zichen asked in confusion. He didn't know much about the emptiness realm. The demon ape shook its head and said, it's not the same. Everyone breaks through to the emptiness realm and forms a different emptiness realm space. This has a lot to do with the rules that they comprehended. For those who comprehended normal rules, their emptiness realm space is probably only dozens or dozens of meters wide. For those who comprehended extraordinary rules, their emptiness realm space can be hundreds of meters wide. This 1,000-meter wide emptiness realm space is already very unique. Zichen nodded and said, since he is the first prince of the shadow demons, he naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. It's normal for him to be stronger than normal emptiness realm experts. The demon domain laughed and said, there are big and small emptiness realm spaces. However, there are pros and cons. What do you mean? Zichen asked. The demon domain explained, when one breaks through, the emptiness realm space is very large. Naturally, when one is in the emptiness realm, one's combat power will be much greater than that of others of the same level. However, it is precisely because the emptiness realm is so large that it requires a lot of resources, time, and energy to successfully transform the emptiness realm space into a reality realm space. A small emptiness realm space can be broken through very quickly, but a large emptiness realm space will require a very long period of time. At that time, when the reality realm is against the emptiness realm, with a difference of one level, the emptiness realm will definitely die. Is that so? Zichen was surprised. This is something from my inherited memories. There shouldn't be any mistake, the demonic ape said. Suddenly, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in the 2C of consciousness. In the Zhanwu continent, there were many cultivators who wanted to survive and advance their realms quickly. They would deliberately shrink their virtual realm and realms. In the early stages, their realms would advance quickly and their combat strength would be very strong. But in the later stages, their potential would be greatly affected by their lack of physical strength. Such people would never have the chance to become experts. Zichen and the demonic ape nodded. Of course, there were pros and cons. The two of them were well aware of this. Zichen, your chance has come, Cauldron Spirit said again. What chance? Zichen asked. Kill this guy who has just made a breakthrough and I will help you refine his emptiness realm into an Edict of Void. By absorbing the energy of the Edict of Void, you will be able to strengthen yourself and comprehend your own emptiness realm. Zichen's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. He asked, "What do you mean, Elder?" "That's right. This is a shortcut to the emptiness realm. But it is prepared for experts who can kill enemies of a higher level," Cauldron Spirit transmitted. "The edict you have comprehended is very special. You have also comprehended many other edicts. It will take you a very long time to make a breakthrough to the emptiness realm with your own strength. It might take 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. But now that you have the Edict of Void, as long as you can refine enough Edicts of Void, you will be able to greatly shorten your cultivation time." Zichen's expression immediately became excited. When he looked at the first prince again, his eyes were filled with undisguised greed. It was as though he was looking at a naked beauty. It must be said that at this moment, Zichen found the first prince to be very pleasing to the eye. Not only did this guy deliver a part of the heavenly thunderwings to him, he even made a breakthrough to the emptiness realm right in front of him. And his own emptiness realm was of great use to Zichen. It was obvious that this person was here to deliver a treasure to Zichen. Zichen sighed in his heart. This was truly a person with noble sentiments, fearless, and selfless dedication. In order to fully form the emptiness realm, a large amount of void energy must be extracted. This void energy must first be refined and then integrated into the emptiness realm through the body. Zichen was not in a hurry as the breakthrough continued. Instead, he hoped that the first prince would make the breakthrough slowly so that he could absorb more void energy. Cauldron Spirit had said that the stronger the emptiness realm, the more edicts of void one would be able to cultivate and absorb. While they were waiting, the first prince's reinforcements finally arrived. The reinforcements were 3 shadow demons. 2 of them were in the Earth Yuan realm and the last one was in the emptiness realm. When the 3 saw the first prince making a breakthrough from afar, a trace of astonishment immediately appeared on their faces. But soon after, that astonishment turned into ecstasy. Breakthrough. The first prince actually made a breakthrough. Who would have thought that the first prince would make a breakthrough at this moment? This is just too timely. With 2 emptiness realm experts joining hands, no matter how powerful this human is, he will still die today. The 3 were both surprised and excited. But just in case, they quickly rushed to the first prince and protected him in the middle. When they arrived near the first prince, one of the Earth Yuan experts said, "Strange. The first prince is making a breakthrough. If he doesn't attack, he should be running away. Why are the 2 of them standing there?" The second Earth Yuan expert said disdainfully, "Of course they are stupid. Look at their stupefied faces. They must have never seen an emptiness realm expert make a breakthrough. They are probably in a state of shock and won't be able to run away." The emptiness realm expert suddenly saw the third prince's corpse on the ground and the human head in the distance. He coldly said, "This human must die." The first prince's breakthrough lasted for a full 15 minutes. The surrounding void energy continuously converged towards the first prince. At the same time, with the first prince as the center, an emptiness realm with a radius of 1,000 meters appeared. What shone between heaven and earth was a black radiance. But within the emptiness realm, it was a white space. At this moment, everyone, including Zichen and the demonic ape, was within the emptiness realm. Following the first prince's breakthrough, Zichen could clearly feel an additional pressure within the white emptiness realm. This was caused by the void energy. The 3 shadow demons were still admiring the size of the first prince's emptiness realm. At the same time, they stared at the 2 people in front of them vigilantly. Zichen and the demonic ape looked at the first prince quietly until he made a breakthrough. After the first prince made a breakthrough, the aura around him became 10 times stronger. As he opened his eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, he was feeling his own body and the emptiness realm. In an instant, he felt everything. Then, he saw the 3 shadow demons beside him. The 3 of them repeatedly congratulated him. The first prince smiled and nodded. He had made a breakthrough and recovered from his previous injuries. His only regret was that his earth weapon was completely destroyed. As his gaze moved, the first prince saw Zichen in front of him. He was obviously surprised. He said, "You didn't take the opportunity to run away." Zichen felt strange and asked, "Why should I run?" The first prince said coldly, "Indeed, it doesn't matter whether you run or not. Because you won't be able to escape from here. You will die. I want to avenge my two brothers. Also, the wings behind your back are mine." After he finished speaking, the first prince pointed a finger at Zichen. In the emptiness realm, waves of void energy appeared. The void energy came from all directions and pressed down on Zichen. It was like a huge net that enveloped him. "This is my world. I have the final say." Zichen's body was imprisoned by the void energy. The first prince's cold voice sounded. Zichen's expression was calm, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, the first prince pointed a finger at the demonic ape. The demonic ape's body was imprisoned as well. "Accept your fate. You are one realm apart. You will definitely die," another emptiness realm expert said indifferently. Zichen didn't speak. He just looked at the first prince. "Die. Your wings are mine." The first prince shouted angrily. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he mobilized the void energy around him. The void energy turned into a long spear in the emptiness realm. The first prince held the long spear in his hand and charged at Zichen as one with the spear. At this moment, Zichen was imprisoned by the emptiness rules and couldn't move. The first prince was confident that he could kill him. However, as he got closer, he saw Zichen's expression. It was a very calm expression. As he got closer, a hint of mockery slowly appeared in Zichen's eyes. His calm face also had a hint of pity. The first prince suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what the problem was. He thought that it was an illusion. Therefore, he secretly increased his strength to kill Zichen. As the long spear approached, the dense killing intent on the tip of the spear made one's heart tremble. Zichen's body suddenly began to glow. The destruction rules appeared. Bang! Under the destruction rules, the void energy around Zichen was instantly shattered. Zichen raised his hand. A long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber was as black as ink. Some flame patterns were engraved on the surface of the saber. Then, Zichen raised the saber. The flame patterns began to glow. A hint of golden light appeared on the surface of the pitch-black long saber. Then, Zichen raised the saber. He swung the saber and slashed down. Swoosh! The long saber slashed down. The surrounding void energy was instantly shattered. At the same time, a saber light like a waterfall met the incoming long spear. Bang! There was another loud sound. The long spear shattered. The saber light continued to move forward and hit the first prince's chest. The first prince screamed in pain. His body flew backward. Chapter 1190. After the first prince attacked, the three shadow demons looked at Zichen with ridicule. There was a difference of one level between them. In their eyes, the human Zichen would definitely die. They were waiting to see Zichen die, but obviously, they were disappointed. Zichen only moved slightly, and the void law that imprisoned him was broken. They were very surprised and shocked. Then, Zichen took out a long blade and slashed. The spear formed by the void law shattered, and the first prince was sent flying. This happened so quickly that the three of them didn't have time to react. The void law vibrated in the void realm, and the first prince, who was sent flying, rose into the air again. At this moment, there was a long wound on his chest, and dark red blood was spurting out from the wound. The first prince looked at Zichen from afar, and his face was full of shock. Difference. He felt the difference between the two of them from the previous attack. The difference was even greater than before he broke through. Zichen was only at the Earth Prime realm, but the density and purity of his origin energy was even greater than that of the first prince, who was at the Void realm. In addition, the law that Zichen comprehended was a very strange power that seemed to be able to restrain his power. The high-level Void law flowed on the surface of his body, expelling the Void law from his wound, but the effect wasn't ideal. Seeing this, the second Void realm expert's expression became serious. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the first prince. Then, he activated his Void realm law to heal the first prince. Zichen stood in the distance with his blade. He glanced at the two Earth Prime realm experts and said indifferently, these two aren't of much use. Kill them. After Zi Chen finished speaking, the devil ape turned into a ray of black light and rushed forward. As a member of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline, the devil ape was extremely powerful in terms of speed and combat power. It was also considered a high-level life form in the darkness continent. As it rushed forward, the devil ape held the black rod in its right hand and grabbed at the two demons with its left hand. Just like how the first prince dealt with the two demons, streaks of black energy appeared in the sky. These energies were like a large net of laws, instantly enveloping the two demons. This was a unique ability of the devil ape lineage. The power of the two devils began to recede like a tide. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. In the next moment, the pitch-black shadow of the staff enlarged in front of them. Boom! Boom! Two explosions resounded in the sky. The two powerful Earth Prime stage cultivators were killed by the demonic ape's black stick before they could even react. The sky-splitting battle ape had disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Therefore, in the darkness continent, there were no records of the sky-splitting battle ape's combat strength. With the help of the emptiness realm expert, the first prince's injuries quickly recovered. However, in this short period of time, the devil ape had killed two Earth Prime experts and returned in a flash. At the same time, he took the opportunity to not only collect the two corpses, but also the corpse of the third prince. The first prince and the emptiness realm expert beside him were furious. The killing intent in their eyes became even stronger. Your Highness, let's use the emptiness realm to suppress Zi Chen. As for the sky-splitting battle ape, it seems like it has no intention of interfering. Let's kill Zi Chen first, the emptiness realm expert said with the use of the sound transmission technique. The first prince replied, okay, let's end this quickly. Another emptiness realm opened up. The two types of emptiness space overlapped with each other. Two types of emptiness law descended and pressed down on Zi Chen. With the two of them working together, Zi Chen could clearly feel the immense pressure. His movements became sluggish. However, his expression remained calm. The two of them used the emptiness realm to suppress Zi Chen. After making Zi Chen unable to move, they charged toward Zi Chen at the same time and launched powerful attacks. Zi Chen held the long saber in his hand and looked at the two of them. A cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The destruction law appeared around him again. When the emptiness law came into contact with the destruction law, it instantly shattered. Zi Chen instantly regained his freedom. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor came from the emptiness realm. A loud and clear sound of a sword rang out. A huge sword steely appeared before the first prince. The sword steely was as big as a mountain. The destruction law flowed on the surface of the sword steely. It blocked the first prince like a wall. Clang! The emptiness law transformed into a long spear and stabbed the sword steely fiercely. A sonorous sound erupted. The sword steely shone with golden light. Every ray of golden light was a ray of sword chi. These sword chi worked together with the destruction law and dissolved the emptiness law. As the two types of energy were in a stalemate, the sky trembled continuously. In the end, the sword steely was no match for the first prince and was sent flying. However, the powerful force contained in the first prince's attack was also dissolved by the sword steely. After sending the sword steely flying with one strike, before the first prince could make a second strike, Zi Chen had already made his move. He held his saber and slashed forward. The saber light lit up again like a waterfall. The saber light was dazzling. It slashed toward the emptiness realm expert in front of him. The saber light flashed and disappeared. After the saber light disappeared, a tremor came from the emptiness realm. After the tremor, the two emptiness realms trembled. After a while, only one of the two emptiness realms was left. Such an unforeseen event caused the first prince, who had just sent the sword steely flying, to be surprised. He turned his head and glanced to the side. In an instant, the surprise on his face turned into horror. He saw that the emptiness realm expert, who had just joined forces with him, was now a headless corpse. Before the head fell, the corpse had already fallen to the ground. A powerful emptiness realm expert was killed with a single strike. Zi Chen killed an enemy above his level. The original guess of the Earth Prime forces in the Tianwu continent had become a reality today. Mr. Zun, the first prince shouted loudly. His expression was full of horror. It should be known that Mr. Zun had stepped into the emptiness realm for thousands of years. He was extremely powerful. Among the shadow demons, he was also extremely famous. However, today, he was killed by an Earth Prime expert with a single strike. Naturally, this was not because Mr. Zun was weak. It was because the opponent was too strong. The first prince had never seen an expert before. He was shocked and frightened. Hence, he decided to run away. However, it was too late. Swoosh. At this moment, Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the first prince. On his back, the thunder wings vibrated. His speed was even faster than before. The first prince, who was shocked, wanted to run away. However, it was too late. Zichen flashed in front of him and slashed with his saber again. The saber light flashed once again from the emptiness realm. Slash after slash, each slash landed on the first prince's body. Outside the emptiness realm, many demonic beasts only felt a powerful aura appear. Then, the emptiness realm was isolated. They could not see what was happening inside. However, in less than a moment, there was a loud bang. The emptiness realm suddenly exploded. The figures that had just disappeared appeared again. However, this time, there were only 3 people left in the emptiness realm. 2 of them belonged to the human side. The last one was the first prince of the shadow demons. At this moment, there were several wounds on the first prince's body. Each wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed out from the wounds and splattered on the ground. The emptiness realm was broken. The first prince appeared. His face was still full of shock and fear. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Zichen. However, he only said one word before he lost all his strength. His body fell to the ground. The long saber in Zichen's hand disappeared. Then, he pointed at the first prince. The first prince's body was wrapped in energy and flew up again. He flew in front of Zichen. Zichen pointed at the first prince again. The black wings on the first prince's body separated from his body and were caught by Zichen. As for the corpse, like the previous emptiness realm expert, Zichen stored it in the Wuji pill cauldron. Zichen held the thunder wings with one hand and released his spiritual sense. After a while, Zichen sighed. "What's wrong?" Beside him, the devil ape asked. Just as the first prince said, the thunder wings have existed in the demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, who knows how many masters it has had. The lightning power in it has been suppressed by the demon chi. "I'm afraid it won't be able to exert its power in a short time," Zichen said. "Then what should we do?" the devil ape asked again. "The most important thing now should be to dispel the demon chi in it," Zichen said. The devil ape nodded. "All right. I'll hurry on my way. You dispel the demon chi and refine the thunder wings." "That's good too. The 4 thunder wings have extraordinary speed. As the treasure of the lightning clan, the 6 thunder wings should be even stronger. It's a pity that I didn't bring the ancient time castle. Otherwise, I would have been able to refine it quickly." After saying that, Zichen transformed into a ray of golden light and disappeared. He had entered the purple gold gourd. The devil ape would travel alone for the rest of the journey. Their whereabouts were constantly being monitored, so there was no point in hiding. Relying on the memories of the original demon clan members, the devil ape advanced in a straight line. In just a few days, news of the 3 princes of the shadow demon clan had been killed spread. That was especially true of the shadow demon clan's first prince. He had broken through in the middle of the battle, and there was also Mr. Zun. For a time, the powers of the darkness continent that hadn't gone to the Tianwu continent were all paying attention to Zichen. It was just as Zichen had expected. After displaying his great power, whoever wanted to kill him would have to carefully consider the gains and losses. Especially when 2 emptiness realm experts couldn't kill a single human. Zichen's power made them even more fearful. At this moment, everyone had no choice but to believe that Zichen was the #1 expert of the Earth Primal Realm in the Tianwu continent. The devil ape's following journey was very smooth. Although the shadow demons were furious, they were unable to chase after the devil ape to the Flame Demon Clan's territory. In the Flame Demon Clan's territory, the devil ape had only encountered one battle. It had coincidentally encountered an Emptiness Realm expert who had fought fiercely with the devil ape. Relying on many divine abilities and the Black Rod, the devil ape had been able to kill the Emptiness Realm expert. There were people who had personally witnessed this battle. Therefore, when the news spread again, it caused an uproar. The heaven-splitting battle ape that had disappeared for more than 100,000 years had reappeared. Its power was actually able to kill enemies that were stronger than it was. Furthermore, there was also Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who could kill enemies that were stronger than him, and the devil ape, who could kill enemies that were stronger than him. When the two of them joined forces, they intimidated many members of the royal family. As a result, the devil ape's following journey became a truly smooth road. During this time, not a single person came to cause trouble. 2 months passed quickly. The devil ape successfully reached its destination. The attention of many members of the royal family had been on the devil ape. When they saw that the devil ape had reached its destination, they also moved. Chapter 1191. The Heavenly Stream Mountain Range. This was the birthplace of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. It was also their former base. However, over 100,000 years ago, the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline had followed the other devil races into the Martial Heaven continent, sealing this place. Other than the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline, no one else, no matter how strong they were, was able to break this seal. Back then, many royal races had coveted the things left behind by the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. Regretfully, no one had been able to break through the seal. As time passed, this place became an uninhabited region. But today, there were many Earth Yuan experts gathered outside the Heavenly Stream mountain range. They came from the various royal races of the Darkness continent. The Power Devil race, the Shadow Devil race, the Winged Devil race, the Flame Devil race, and other royal races. There were many princes here. They were all gathered around one person. That person was the center of attention. Moat, I heard that you've already conquered many regions in the human world. They're much larger than the Power Devil race's current base, said one of the princes who had never been to the Martial Heaven continent. Moat was a prince of the Power Devil race. He had stayed in the Martial Heaven continent for a long time. He was Mo Kun's older brother, as well as the prince who had his spirit ring stolen by Zi Chen in the Holy Burial Ground. He had also fought against the Everlasting Sect for 1,000 years. Other than the prince who had spoken, the other princes all looked at Moat. He smiled modestly. I've conquered some regions, but they're not worth mentioning. The spiritual chi here is too little. It's fine as long as there aren't any storms. Speaking of which, how big is the region you've conquered? Asked another prince. Moat shook his head. It's not that big. Not counting those independent minor worlds, it should be around 40 to 50 regions. What? 40 to 50? And that's not counting the minor worlds. Everyone was startled. There were no minor worlds in the Darkness continent. Moat rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, no matter how you look at it, there should be at least a few hundred power magic regions. The princes were stunned. Lord Devil swept a glance at everyone, and the smugness in his eyes was obvious. He waved his hand and said, this is nothing. Recently, I've taken a fancy to a piece of land. The density of spiritual energy there is second only to the Darkness continent. Therefore, I've decided to find some time to conquer it. There's such a place in the human world? A prince asked in surprise. Of course. That's where the saints were buried during the war with the demon clan. Not only is the heaven and earth spirit chi rich, but there are also hundreds of spacious small worlds. The total area is probably comparable to thousands of power demon regions. The crowd, who were already extremely shocked, was obviously stunned again. Are there any experts overseeing that area? Moat said disdainfully, if Earth Prime is considered a strong warrior, then there are a few. But the strongest is only Earth Prime. There are no ethereal stage warriors. The prince's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is there such a good thing? Then doesn't that mean as long as we find a corporeal expert, We'll be able to conquer that region? Lord Devil's mouth twitched, and then he nodded awkwardly. That's true, that's true. However, I don't want to use any experts for now. I want to rely on my own power to conquer that region. This can also count as training. Everyone's gazes towards Moat were filled with admiration. But only Lord Devil knew that this wasn't training. It was just that they didn't dare to use any experts that exceeded their power level. This matter had started when the demon clan had first invaded the Martial Heaven continent. At that time, the demon clan had relied on their powerful experts to easily slaughter human cultivators, conquering one region after another. But very quickly, an expert from the human race had appeared. With just a slap, he had killed the demon clan's experts who had been wantonly slaughtering the demon clan. That scene could be said to have shocked everyone present. When the human experts' cold gaze swept over them, the demon clan's experts all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They had been terrified, thinking that this human expert would also kill them. But unexpectedly, he had only snorted coldly and turned to leave. Humans were very selfish, especially those experts. But they also had things that they had to uphold. When that human expert had left, he had also killed the demon clan's experts who had attacked. Those who hadn't stayed alive. Thus, from that day onwards, the battle had always been under control. The experts were in charge of intimidating others, while the others were in charge of fighting. Right, Lord Devil, did you specially rush back from the human world because of Chen or because of the sky-split battle ape? Asked one of the princes. Lord Devil paused for a moment. Both. Just who is Chen? He actually made you make a trip back, and you even brought a corporeal realm expert with you. The corporeal realm was the strongest expert in this world. There were only a few people at this level who were still in the darkness continent. Even within each royal family, there were only 1 or 2 corporeal realm experts. They never personally fought. Most of the time, they acted as a trump card to intimidate others. Lord Devil glanced at the Shadow Devil's people. This person is very strong. Extremely strong. He is the strongest human expert in the Earth Yuan realm. Hearing this evaluation, the other princes burst into laughter. However, the shadow demons had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because they had used the lives of 3 princes and 1 emptiness realm expert to prove how powerful Chen was. Lord Devil's expression was stern. He is very strong. That's publicly acknowledged in the Martial Heaven continent. This time, he came to the Darkness continent because I felt like it was an opportunity to kill him. That's why I had my sister send the news back. Furthermore, I personally rushed back. But I didn't think there would still be people who didn't believe me. Back when Chen was at the mortal realm, he was already able to kill Earth Yuan experts. What? Everyone's expressions changed. The difference between the mortal and Earth Yuan realms was like heaven and earth. One understood the laws, while the other was still a human. But how could the latter kill the former? He has the human race's strongest physique, the perfect body. He has 3 pages of the heavenly book. His essence, chi, and spirit are all in a perfect state. He doesn't have any weaknesses. When he was at the mortal realm, he was already able to kill Earth Yuan experts. Furthermore, he was able to kill them instantly. When he underwent his Earth Yuan lightning tribulation, he comprehended dozens of laws. He experienced hundreds of lightning tribulations, including the laws of nature, the laws of good and evil, the laws of life, and so on. Every time Moat said something, everyone's eyes would widen and their expressions would become more and more shocked. In the end, they were so shocked that their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. That was because they weren't sure if Lord Devil was talking about the same person. In the Martial Heaven continent, there are too many factions that want to kill him. However, no one has been able to kill him. No one has had a chance. Furthermore, those who have opposed him have never had a good ending. This time, he came to this world with great difficulty. This is our only chance to kill him. Do you think such a person should be killed? Lord Devil looked at everyone. Yes, he really should be killed. This person is too powerful. He will definitely become a famous existence in the future. He will be a huge threat to our demon race's invasion of the human world. He should be killed. I haven't seen the heavenly book of a human yet. Let's kill him and take it out." The princes instantly united. However, after learning about Zichen's legends, they no longer dared to hope that they could kill him. Instead, they placed all their hopes on the Void Realm and Corporeal Realm experts. Only the Shadow Devils didn't feel good about this. If they had known that Zichen was so powerful, their princes definitely wouldn't have rashly attacked him. Then they wouldn't have died. "Alright, since everyone agrees, listen to my orders. When I tell you to attack, you can attack," said Lord Devil. "Why? Aren't we going to kill him as soon as he arrives?" Lord Devil shook his head. "There's no rush. Let the heaven-rending battle apes enter the heavenly stream mountain range first. This time, not only will I kill Zichen, but I will also take the things left behind by the heaven-rending battle apes." Lord Devil's plan was very good. Everyone happily agreed. Next, they hid in the darkness, waiting for the devil ape to arrive. There was no danger on the way. Let alone Zichen, even the devil ape didn't believe that the two of them would be spared. So when they approached the heavenly stream mountain range, the devil ape was very careful. At the same time, because of Zichen's warning, it deliberately slowed down, stopping outside the heavenly stream mountain range for a while. In the space where the purple gold gourd was, Zichen sat cross-legged, golden and silver elemental lightning flickering around his body. On his back, there were originally 4 wings, but now there were 6. However, 2 of the wings were black and contained an extremely dense demonic aura. Zichen had spent several months, but he still hadn't been able to completely expel the demonic qi. That was because there was simply too much demonic qi. Moreover, after more than 100,000 years of corrosion, the lightning wings had almost completely changed. If Zichen had been any later, the lightning wings would have really turned into demonic wings. While Zichen was using his own energy to expel the demonic qi from the lightning wings, he was also using the lightning from the other 4 wings to expel and fuse with the lightning wings. After 2 months, he finally saw results. One day, the lightning wings on Zichen's back suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After 2 months of refinement, the lightning wings had finally fused. After the fusion, the lightning wings emitted a powerful aura. As the 6 wings on Zichen's back flapped, an indescribable energy appeared, enveloping an area of 1,000 li. The energy instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 li, forming an indescribable space. After seeing this space, Zichen was stunned. This is the mirage. Zichen calmed his heart and sensed this space. Then, his astonishment slowly turned into disbelief, and finally into ecstasy. This was the mirage, the real mirage. The 6 wings supported Zichen's mirage. At this moment, Zichen was equivalent to an emptiness realm expert, possessing an extraordinary mirage. As the lightning wings flapped and contracted, the mirage appeared and disappeared. In the mirage, there was a surge of emptiness energy. This emptiness energy was created by the 6 wings, but at the same time, Zichen could also make Zichen use it. With the help of the 6 wings, Zichen was equivalent to an emptiness realm expert. Chapter 1192. Zichen was pleasantly surprised by the effects brought about by the successful fusion of the 6 wings. It could even be said that he was ecstatic. With the fusion of the 6 wings, his battle strength had increased by a level. The Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Wings, was naturally worthy of its reputation. Moreover, there was a very obvious black demonic qi on the wings that had yet to be completely dispelled. Once Zichen completely dispelled the demonic qi, the 6 wings would probably still have room to grow. With the fusion of the 6 wings and the increase in battle strength, there was no point in continuing to stay in the periphery. No matter what was waiting for them in the depths, they had to go in. Under Zichen's signal, the devil ape quickly entered the Skystream Mountains. After seeing the 2 towering peaks in the distance, the devil ape felt a wave of pressure. At the same time, it transmitted a message to Zichen: there should be many experts hidden here. I feel a very oppressive aura. There must be emptiness realm experts, and maybe even corporeal realm experts. No worries. Find what you want first. Zichen replied. If it was before, he would naturally be somewhat wary of corporeal realm experts. However, with the help of the thunder wings, he now had the strength of the emptiness realm. Although he didn't dare to say that he could kill corporeal realm experts, he could at least protect himself. He's here, he's here. The hidden experts of the demon clan all exclaimed when they saw the arrival of the devil ape. Be careful. Don't let him detect you. Let him pass. Moat transmitted a message. The devil ape quickly arrived at the foot of the Skystream Mountains. The entrance to the Skystream Mountains was between the two towering peaks. As for behind the peaks, there was only darkness, as if there was nothingness. With a flash of light, Zichen appeared. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, he felt an indescribable pressure. Zichen smiled bitterly and said, "This is the invisible pressure created by the gathering of experts. It seems that not only is there a corporeal realm expert in the dark, there is more than one. As for emptiness realm experts, there are even more. Then what should we do?" The devil ape asked. Zichen swept a glance into the distance and said, "They haven't made a move yet. They must be very interested in what you have. The battle should be happening inside. When the time comes, you have to be careful. If possible, I will stop them first and you can find it yourself." The devilish ape nodded. As the demonic ape strode forward, the seal of the Skystream mountain range appeared. Many years ago, many cultivators had tried to break the seal, but they had not been able to do so. Instead, they had almost caused the Skystream mountain range to disappear. The demonic ape's hands moved about in the void, using its own blood to draw out an imprint. This was something from its inherited memories. The imprint moved forward and fused with the seal in front of it. A short moment later, the seal began to tremble. Then, like a wave of water, it parted to both sides, revealing a massive door. The devilish ape and Zichen looked at each other and entered. Just as the two of them entered, many black shadows flashed and disappeared. After breaking the seal and entering the mountain stream, the two of them heard the rumbling sound of water flowing. That was the sound of water flowing down from the mountain peak, forming two waterfalls. The sound of the waterfalls was extremely loud, and the water was also pure black, but it contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This is spiritual water. Zichen was puzzled. This is the demonic spring. Back then, the experts of our demonic ape clan spent a lot of effort to build it, the devilish ape explained. The effect of this demonic spring is equivalent to that of liquefied origin energy, but its effect is better. It consumes a lot of origin energy, but as long as you drink some of this demonic spring, your origin energy will naturally recover. When Zichen heard this, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He asked, "Any realm is fine." The devilish ape thought for a moment and said, "Any realm below the heaven realm should be fine." Zichen's eyes immediately lit up. He said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it." "Are you waiting for them to take it?" With that, Zichen rushed toward the demonic spring. And these mana sources, which formed waterfalls and rivers, were simply inexhaustible. Looking at the anxious Zichen, the corners of the devilish ape's mouth twitched. He said, "This demonic spring is unique to the demon race. It's useless to humans." Ah! Zichen was stunned. Then, his face was full of disappointment. Seeing that Zichen's temperament was similar to that of a monk, the devilish ape couldn't help but laugh. Then, he quickly went forward and took some of the demonic spring. "Why didn't you take all of it?" Zichen asked, puzzled. "This is something our ancestors created. Outsiders can't take it. As for those people, they can at most take some of it." After taking the demonic spring, the two went deep into the mountain stream. In the distance, many demon race experts looked at the two with an itch in their hearts. They couldn't wait to kick them away because they had been eyeing the demonic spring for a long time. When the two finally went deep, the others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flashed to the two waterfalls. Then, one after another, they began to wantonly take the demonic spring as much as they could. In the demon race, this kind of thing was definitely a high-grade luxury. Even the human race couldn't take it out. Only the earth race could use it. However, the demonic spring was very rare. In the entire Dark Continent, The largest demonic spring belonged to the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. It actually formed 2 waterfalls. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As many people greedily took the demonic spring, it was obvious that the demonic spring was decreasing. However, these people didn't have the awareness to stop while they were ahead. They just wanted to take all the demonic spring. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the 2 mountains started to tremble violently as if there was an earthquake. Many demonic springs also started to tremble violently because of the tremors, splashing many small drops of water. What's going on? Did we trigger something? Everyone was puzzled and shocked. The speed of taking the demonic spring increased by a lot. However, while the mountains were trembling, the demonic spring had already dried up. Then, the 2 physical mountains gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The mountains and the demonic spring disappeared together. Everyone was dumbfounded and stared in disbelief. An emptiness realm expert suddenly cursed, "Damn it. It must be the restriction set by the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline back then. It's gone. So many demonic springs are gone." While the mountains were trembling, Chen and the demonic ape had already gone deep into a dense forest. The forest was filled with ancient, pitch-black trees that towered into the sky and blotted out the sun. Every ancient tree exuded an extremely dense demonic spring. This caused the demonic spring here to be much denser than the outside world. If the demon race cultivated here, they would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The demonic ape pointed at the ancient trees and said, "These are all demonic ancient trees. They can exude an extremely dense demonic spring. Every one of them would be a supreme treasure in the outside world. Even reality realm experts would fight to the death for them." These ancient trees were very mystical. However, they weren't the only ones here. Thus, Chen said, "There should be quite a few reality realm experts here this time. These things don't seem to have any seals. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate to leave them here." The demonic ape smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one can take these things away except for me. Even the demonic springs from before have already disappeared. Let's go. This isn't even the most mystical part. I'll take you to see a supreme treasure that even those below the heaven realm would go crazy for. A supreme treasure that even those below the heaven realm would go crazy for." Seeing the demonic ape so certain, Chen's face immediately lit up with curiosity. As they went deeper into the forest, Chen saw large patches of medicinal fields. The ancient herbs in these fields were undoubtedly black. It wasn't quite right to call them ancient herbs. They should be called ancient herb kings, ancient herb sovereigns, or ancient herb spirits. After being nourished by demonic spring for more than 100,000 years, the age of these ancient herbs had undoubtedly exceeded their original age. They had all lived for hundreds of thousands of years. In addition, Chen also saw many manifested creatures besides some of the ancient herbs. These creatures didn't panic when they saw people and were playing in the fields. Looking at the medicinal field, the demonic ape said, "These things were planted by the seniors of our Sky Shatterer lineage at great cost. Back then, they should have been multicolored. However, after being affected by demonic power, they mutated. Still, their effects are definitely not weak." Chen saw that there were at least dozens of stalks in the medicinal fields that were surging with pure rule power. He immediately sighed and said, "The things here can be called a land of treasures." Following the path, they passed through a medicinal field and arrived at an arched bridge. Under the bridge, a black river flowed. Something that could appear here was naturally not an ordinary river. This was a black demonic spring that was second only to the demonic springs. It was very useful for cultivators below the Earth Prime stage. However, it was obvious that these things were only decorations here. The black river emitted light. Vaguely, one could see pieces of black crystals within it. These were crystals formed from demonic spring that were too pure. The 2 of them passed through the arched bridge and saw numerous buildings. Those were all black castles that should be where the heaven-rending battle ape bloodline lived. However, there weren't many castles. There were only a dozen or so. Seeming to have guessed Chen's doubts, the demonic ape explained, "Our heaven-rending battle ape bloodline has very few people, and our descendants are pitifully few. According to our inherited memories, when we were at our peak, we didn't even have more than 20 people. These castles are mostly occupied by servants. As a higher life form, it was understandable that the heaven-rending battle apes were so few in number. It was just like the dragon tiger sovereign and the flying divine tiger. There was no second heaven-rending battle ape in the entire martial heaven continent. The two of them passed by a large hall. The demonic ape pointed at it and said, "There are quite a few earth armaments in there. If you need them, you can go and take a few." Earth armaments? Zichen frowned. Don't earth armaments dissipate when their master dies? The demonic ape said, "Those aren't pure earth armaments. They are earth armaments used by beasts. Some of them have sealed their beast souls within them. Although they aren't pure, their power is definitely not small." The demonic ape's words confirmed Zichen's guess. Once a beast reached the earth prime level, it would become one with its weapon. However, if it was killed and its soul sealed within an earth armament, it would become an earth armament. The only difference was that this earth armament couldn't continue to evolve. It could only remain an earth armament. Zichen shook his head. "Forget it. I have quite a few earth armaments, and they aren't weak." Chapter 1193. Zichen and the demon ape walked forward, chatting and laughing. Zichen would occasionally be surprised and exclaim in amazement. The demon ape was casually explaining. The two of them were like tourists who came to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Compared to Zichen and the devil ape, Lord Devil and the other princes, as well as the experts who came later, lost their composure. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. When they saw the Black Forest, they rushed forward excitedly, but they encountered a seal. They roared in anger and attacked the seal with all their might, not caring if their identities were exposed. "This is the demonic ancient tree. It's definitely a rare treasure in the world. Break it open." Bang! 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 Prince Moat of the Power Demon tribe coveted these treasures. He signaled everyone to attack with all their might. In fact, he didn't need to give the order. All the experts who recognized these treasures attacked at the same time. The few corporeal realm experts were especially diligent because they were the only ones who could use these treasures. Unfortunately, the seal was very strange. It was very difficult to break open. After attacking for a long time, the seal finally loosened. "Good. Go all out. Go all out." Moat's eyes lit up as he commanded loudly. The other princes shouted as well. Although they were princes, they were only at the earth realm. Therefore, they could only watch and leave the attacks to the corporeal and virtual realm experts. When they saw the restriction loosen, they weren't the only ones who were overjoyed. Even the void and corporeal realm experts' expressions changed. Swoosh. But before the smiles on their faces could bloom, they saw the entire mana ancient tree begin to tremble and disappear amidst the tremors. Everyone was shocked. They shouted and rushed toward the demonic ancient tree, but they missed. The demonic ancient tree was gone. Everyone was furious and wanted to curse at the sky. But it was indeed gone. Crying was useless. Helpless, they could only continue forward. Then, they saw the ancient herb field. Looking at the sprites jumping in the field, looking at the pure power of rules emitted by the sprites, the prince's eyes were wide open. "Hurry, hurry. Break these seals and get the ancient herbs. I will definitely break through to the virtual realm. Yes, that's right. Hurry up and break this place." The group of princes shouted anxiously. There were many ancient medicine spirits here, and they could indeed help them break through quickly. Thus, these illusory and corporeal realms experts continued to attack the medicine field. However, the situation was almost the same as before. Just as the restrictions on the medicinal field were loosened, the medicinal field disappeared. When the princes saw this scene, they were about to cry. It was said that it could happen once or twice, but it definitely couldn't happen 3 or 4 times. But now, they kept seeing good things again and again, and every time they were about to gain something, the good thing would suddenly disappear. This feeling of seeing but not being able to get it made them want to vomit blood. As a result, a very strange scene appeared. They walked across the arch bridge, and the bridge disappeared along with the river below. Even if it was an ornamental object, they did not obtain it. After passing through the ancient castle, it disappeared. In the end, they looked at a spatial barrier and a void. The group of princes couldn't see anything, and the emptiness realm expert also looked at the void in confusion. However, when the reality realm expert saw it, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He didn't move at all, and his body trembled violently. It's the void. A reality realm expert was so excited that he couldn't speak. The void tree. It's the void tree. The second reality realm expert was very excited, but fortunately, he was able to speak clearly. What? The tree of void. This is the legendary tree of void. There's actually a void tree here. This is too unbelievable. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Extreme shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, there was a small green tree floating quietly in the sky. The small tree seemed to have been planted into the void. Its roots couldn't be seen, only its roots and leaves could be seen. The small tree was only 2 meters tall, but it was very mystical. Its entire body shone with a brilliant light, and its leaves swayed continuously, releasing waves of the power of rules. The void tree was originally planted in the void, and then it absorbed power from the void to strengthen a certain space. If an emptiness realm expert planted the void tree in his own space, then the void tree would quickly absorb the power of the void and solidify the space it was in. Finally, it would turn from void to reality and become a reality realm expert. If an emptiness realm expert planted the void tree in his reality realm space, then the void tree would absorb the power of the void and strengthen the space, causing the reality realm space to grow rapidly. This would then increase the strength of the emptiness realm expert, allowing him to advance to another level. To an earth realm expert, this was a true treasure. However, it was temporarily useless to an earth realm expert. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the void tree planted in the void. The emptiness realm experts, who were originally on the same side, were now on guard against each other. The emptiness realm experts were also divided into several factions. Oh my god, it's the void tree. It's a teleportation existence, and it's something from another world. With this tree, we can save a lot of time on cultivation. This is also a rare treasure in the earth realm. Yes, this is indeed an extremely rare treasure. The princes were still in shock. They did not notice the subtle change in the atmosphere around them. Moat of the Power Demon clan sensed it. He frowned and said, "What's wrong with all of you? Don't forget our goal. We should all be on the same side." The other princes also reacted. However, in front of such a treasure, who could remain calm? They all had their own thoughts and did not speak immediately. "Let's think of a way to get the void tree down first," said Moat. "What happens after we get it down?" asked one of the princes. "Let's get it down first. If we really get it down, then whoever wants it will have to pay the price," said Moat with a frown. "Price? What price?" One of the princes sneered. "Everyone knows that this thing is priceless. Who can pay the price to get it? Or rather, what can buy it?" Moat glanced at the prince and said with dissatisfaction, "Let's get it down first. Did you forget what happened before? Don't be disappointed. Besides, our goal is to kill Zi Chen and obtain everything here. We can't turn hostile over a void tree." When the prince heard this, an awkward expression immediately appeared on his face. The others also smiled, and the originally tense atmosphere gradually eased up. Everyone was still worried about each other. Therefore, 2 corporeal realm powerhouses flew into the air and supported their physical space to get the void tree down. However, just like before, the void tree disappeared. Everything was like a bubble, causing everyone to rejoice in vain. However, this time, in the face of such a treasure, there were not many people who were disappointed. Instead, they felt somewhat lucky. After all, no one could obtain it, so there was naturally no dispute. After that, they discovered a few more amazing things, but they didn't obtain any of them. While they were disappointed and disheartened, they also hoped that they could obtain control of this place. At that time, everything would be theirs. The sky-splitting Battle Ape Clan's territory was not large. After walking for a while deeper into the mountain stream, They almost reached the end of the area. Suddenly, an oppressive aura appeared between heaven and earth. This was the aura of a great evil, but also the aura of a great treasure. After sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Then, they quickly rushed forward. After speeding up, they entered the depths of the mountain stream and saw Zichen and the devil ape. At this moment, the two of them were standing side by side, looking forward at the same time. Following their gazes, there was a large open space. The ground was covered with black stones. In the middle of the stones was a long black stick. The oppressive aura came from the black stick. This is the sky-splitting Battle Ape Clan's treasure, the sky-splitting stick. That's right, this is their sky-splitting stick. I didn't expect it to be here all this time. The group of devils suddenly became excited when they saw the sky-splitter. They had a faint guess in their hearts that after obtaining the sky-splitter, they might be able to gain control of the sky-splitter lineage. At that time, everything would be theirs. Therefore, without another word, they immediately flew forward. The sound of breaking air rang out. All the demons moved. In an instant, they surpassed Zichen and the devil ape and rushed towards the sky-splitting stick. Just as they arrived in front of the sky-splitting stick, a powerful aura came from it. Under this powerful aura, everyone's expression changed. Then, they were sent flying by the force of the impact. After being sent flying, they coughed up blood again. The group of demons immediately had looks of shock on their faces. Although reality did not cough up blood, he was also sent flying. Zichen turned around and swept a glance at the demons. He said mockingly, "If it was so easy to obtain, do you think you would have the chance to see the sky-splitting stick? Zichen, don't be so smug. Today is the day you die." Demon looked at Zichen with eyes full of killing intent. Zichen said mockingly, "You're just a loser. You better be careful. If I have the chance this time, I will definitely kill you." Demon laughed disdainfully. "You won't have the chance. You, on the other hand, will definitely die today." Zichen snorted and turned to look at the demon ape. "All right, let's go." The devil ape nodded and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Step by step, he walked towards the sky-splitting stick. The moment the devil ape stepped forward, the sky-splitting stick released a dazzling light. This light was like a light shield that covered a radius of several hundred meters. Under this light shield, the devil ape felt the pressure increase greatly. As if this was a test, the devil ape stepped in. Zichen hesitated for a moment before also entering. However, after entering, Zichen felt a strange power on his body. Then, most of the power in his body was sealed. This discovery did not disappoint Zichen. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was because he knew that suppressing most of his power was not a bad thing for him. In fact, it was an advantage. This way, he could guarantee that the devil ape would obtain the sky-splitting stick. Chapter 1194. As soon as these demons entered, they cried out because they had lost their power. However, they quickly adapted. Not all of their power had been lost, but it was greatly suppressed. Everyone entered one after another and headed toward the sky splitter. Zichen stepped forward and stopped a virtual realm demon. "Get lost." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of this virtual realm demon. He propped up the suppressed virtual realm and mobilized the virtual rules to attack Zichen. When Zichen appeared, he also clenched his fist, mobilized the destructive rules in his body, and punched his opponent. Boom! The two attacks collided in the sky and exploded with a loud bang. With the two of them as the epicenter, a powerful force swept out in all directions. Zichen's body merely swayed slightly before he neutralized this force. On the other hand, the emptiness stage existence was forcefully blasted out of the pressurizing light barrier by Zichen's punch. Damn it! After the virtual realm demon was blasted out, the suppressed power around him was released. Then, he mobilized the virtual rules to attack Zichen. However, just as his attack touched the light shield, it silently dissipated. The virtual realm demon was very unwilling. Then, he propped up the virtual space that was hundreds of meters wide and wanted to envelop the entire light shield. However, as the virtual space expanded and extended to the entire light shield, a powerful force appeared. Puff! The virtual realm demon instantly suffered a backlash. Then, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The virtual space collapsed, and his face was filled with shock. The virtual realm demon was blasted out of the light shield by Zichen. Now that he had suffered a great loss, he was extremely angry. However, Zichen obviously didn't have the mood to care about his opponent. After he blasted the virtual realm demon away with one punch, Zichen rushed toward the second virtual realm demon. Although his power was suppressed, his strong body still existed, so his speed was very fast. When he arrived in front of the second virtual realm demon, he threw out another punch. Golden light flashed, and the fist radiance appeared. With a loud bang, the second virtual realm demon cried out and retreated from the light shield. Ah! The virtual realm demon cried out in anger. However, he couldn't do anything to Zichen in the light shield. Boom! The fist radiance appeared again, and the sound of the explosion was still the same. The third emptiness realm expert was sent flying. At this moment, there were a total of 8 virtual realm experts in the team. Zichen glanced coldly at Mo-Ti, who had just stepped out of the light shield, and said coldly, "You think very highly of me. You actually found 8 virtual realm experts and 3 corporeal realm experts." Mo-Ti had already rushed in earlier, but when he saw how powerful Zichen was, killing an emptiness realm expert with a single punch, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he quickly ran out. He was afraid that Zichen would kill him with one punch. After knowing Zichen for so long, he naturally knew that Zichen had the ability to do so. However, he wasn't afraid as he stood outside the light barrier. He looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "Zichen, today is the day you die. These people are here to kill you." Zichen glanced at Devil with disdain and said, "Come in yourself if you have the ability." Mo-Ti said, "I don't want to kill you with my own hands." Zichen didn't care about Mo-Ti anymore. While speaking, he didn't stay idle. He knocked out the 4th virtual realm expert and then walked towards the 5th. Boom! Fist radiance appeared, and the sound of tremors could be heard. Another virtual realm expert was knocked out. Boom! Boom! Then, the sound of tremors could be heard again. 8 virtual realm experts were knocked out one after another. Zichen's strength had already frightened the other princes. They followed Mo-Ti's footsteps and ran out. This Zichen is too scary. Yeah, he is just a human. How can he be so strong? Scary, really scary. He can knock out an virtual realm expert with one punch. If he were to fight us, wouldn't he kill us with one punch? The princes' hearts palpitated. Mo-Ti said indifferently, "Of course, Zichen's strength is unquestionable. However, you don't have to worry. He will die today. 8 virtual realm experts and 3 corporeal realm experts. How can they not kill an earth realm expert? Yes, Zichen will die." The other princes immediately nodded. Those who weren't convinced of Zichen's strength at first had to admit that Zichen wasn't just a little stronger than them, but in many ways. One of the princes suddenly pointed at the light barrier and said, "Look, this damned thing is rushing towards the corporeal realm experts." Inside the light barrier, Zichen knocked back 8 virtual realm experts. Then, he moved towards the 3 corporeal realm experts. His originally calm expression turned serious. He is going to die if he goes after the corporeal realm experts. That's right. I really hope the corporeal realm experts can kill him in one blow. The princes in the outside world said coldly. Their eyes were fixed on Zichen, who was approaching the corporeal realm. As Zichen approached the corporeal realm expert, the corner of the corporeal realm expert's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Then, he activated his corporeal realm in front of Zichen. Following that, he mobilized the corporeal realm's power one after another, gathering it in his hand and attacking Zichen. This was the power of the corporeal realm. It was also the materialized spatial precepts. It contained a powerful force. Zichen felt a dangerous aura from this attack. He knew that if he continued to hide his strength, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, his pupils shrank. 6 wings appeared on his back and he mobilized the void precepts from them. Zichen's destruction precepts were integrated into the void precepts. Under the influence of these 2 powers, An aura second only to the corporeal space precepts emanated from Zichen's fist. Zichen clenched his fist and punched forward. The powerful force caused the void to tremble. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and a violent vibration sounded out. Zichen felt a strong force coming towards him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With every step he took, a strong force rushed towards the ground from his feet. Zichen took 7 steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of shock on his solemn expression. He didn't expect the corporeal realm expert to be so powerful. His strength was clearly suppressed, but he still had such means. Zichen took 7 steps back and the corporeal realm expert took 3 steps back. In contrast to the shock in Zichen's eyes, the corporeal realm expert's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was astonished that Zichen's attack contained a strange power. This power seemed to be the void precepts, but it also didn't seem like it. In the outside world, the group of princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when they saw this scene. How is this possible? The corporeal realm's attack didn't kill Zichen. Not only did he not kill him, the power of Zichen's attack just now was not any weaker than the corporeal realm experts. The two of them are evenly matched. Zichen is only slightly weaker. The group of princes was extremely shocked. Even the Earth Prime experts behind them who had come to make up the numbers were shocked beyond belief. The devil ape was the first to step forward. However, due to the difference in strength, he didn't have much of an advantage. The two corporeal realm experts were increasing their speed. They were getting closer and closer to the sky splitter. Cold sweat was clearly appearing on the devil ape's forehead. "Don't rush. Take it slow." Zichen's voice rang out. He then mobilized the void precepts and turned towards the second corporeal realm expert. Blood boiled within Zichen's body. Golden light radiated from within him. Every step he took consumed a great deal of energy. Therefore, every step he took caused the ground to tremble. His footwork was relatively fast. He soon arrived in front of the second corporeal realm expert. Just like before, Zichen used his full strength. The void precepts in his 6 wings were completely mobilized to the limits of his body's capacity. He then merged them with the destruction precepts. Boom! Another powerful exchange of blows caused the entire light barrier to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground that was enveloped by the barrier. Zichen suffered a heavy blow because of the tremendous force. As he retreated, deep footprints appeared on the ground. This time, Zichen was still injured. However, he had successfully forced the corporeal realm expert to retreat. Although it was only a few steps, it was extremely crucial for the devil ape. After that, Zichen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and resolutely walked towards the third corporeal realm expert. "How are you?" the devil ape asked worriedly. "Don't worry. I won't die." Zichen suppressed the blood that was about to come out of his mouth. Zichen arrived in front of the third corporeal realm expert. When he saw the latter's cold expression, the corporeal realm expert sneered, "Kid, you've already been injured twice. However, you've always been suppressing it. This time, even if I can't kill you, I can definitely severely injure you." As soon as he finished speaking, the corporeal realm expert attacked. The precepts of space flashed and a powerful force appeared once again. Zichen gritted his teeth again. He gathered the power of the void and punched towards the attack. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The light barrier trembled and the powerful force dissipated. Zichen could no longer suppress his injuries. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Zichen fell to the ground and did not get up for a moment. When Devil saw this, his expression became agitated. He quickly said, "Kill Zichen first. Kill him first." "That's right, let's kill Zichen first," another prince agreed. Zichen was too much of a threat to them. They could only be at ease if Zichen died. However, at this moment, the sky splitter was right in front of them. No one would waste time killing Zichen. The devil ape was hesitating. At this moment, Zichen looked up at the devil ape and said, "Take the sky splitter first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen stood up with difficulty. He mobilized the precepts of life to repair his body. Then, he walked step by step towards the corporeal realm expert. "Don't go over. You will die," the devil ape said loudly. "I will stop them for you." Zichen's words were firm. "No, the difference in realms is too great," the devil ape shouted. Zichen did not listen at all. He approached another corporeal realm expert. However, the other party only sneered and sent Zichen flying. Zichen coughed up blood again. However, he had successfully stopped another corporeal realm expert. However, there were 3 corporeal realm experts. Zichen could only stop one at a time. It was very difficult for him to stop all 3 of them. As for the devil ape, he seemed to be under much more pressure than an ordinary person. He could not get close to the sky splitter. But Zichen was sent flying again. His face was pale and his injuries were extremely serious. In the outside world, Moti and the others' expressions continuously changed, and they all wanted to go up and kill Zichen. However, before they could do anything, the 8 emptiness realm experts who had been humiliated earlier came in again and headed towards Zichen. Damn it! The devil ape's expression was conflicted. However, in the end, he steeled his heart and turned around, heading towards Zichen. "What are you doing?" Seeing the devil ape suddenly turn around, Zichen was shocked. "I can give up the inheritance, but you cannot die. Let's go. I don't want the sky splitter anymore." As he spoke, the devil ape strode towards Zichen and helped him up. Chapter 1195. The 8 emptiness realm experts surrounded Zichen. The demon ape gave up on the sky splitter and dashed towards Zichen. Seeing this, the eyes of Moti and the others lit up. They also rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, a corporeal realm expert approached the sky splitter. "Let's go." The demon ape quickly arrived in front of Zichen and supported Zichen with one hand. At the same time, a black rod appeared in his hand. He waved the long rod and activated the power of rules in his body, smashing it toward an emptiness realm expert. Boom! The powerful strike shook the void. The emptiness realm expert was hit by the demon ape. He felt as if a giant mountain had hit him. He was sent flying before he could react. Bang! The demon ape then smashed the second emptiness realm expert with the rod. At this moment, the demon ape's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was extremely fierce. He smashed one emptiness realm expert at a time. He was no weaker than Zichen. The emptiness realm experts were sent flying by the demon ape one after another until all 8 emptiness realm experts were sent flying. The princes who thought they had a chance to kill Zichen also stopped when they saw the demon ape. They stared at the demon ape in shock. What's going on? Why is the sky splitter battle ape so fierce? Everyone was in disbelief. The sky splitter battle ape was a high-level lifeform and was no weaker than Longhu and the others. It was even more terrifying after awakening its inherited memories. Unfortunately, the sky splitter battle ape had not appeared in this area for many years. Therefore, people gradually forgot the glory and power of the sky splitter battle ape. What should we do? The princes hesitated. They were afraid of Zichen and thought that Zichen could kill them with one punch. But at this moment, when they saw the demonic ape swinging its staff around, they were afraid that the demonic ape could kill them with a single strike. Everyone's attention fell on Moti, waiting for him to make a decision. Moti looked at the demon ape with murderous intent in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's retreat first." Without waiting for the other princes to react, he was the first to turn around and run out of the light shield. The other princes reacted and fled with him with a strange cry. This was because behind them, the devil ape had already supported Zichen and was heading towards them. The group of princes were extremely nervous. The emptiness realm experts were so scared that they didn't dare to enter. At this moment, everyone's hopes were placed on the 3 corporeal realm experts. As long as they obtained the sky splitter and successfully took control of this place, these 2 would definitely die. Ha ha! Finally, a corporeal realm expert approached the sky splitter. He couldn't help but let out a complacent laugh. The sky splitter was the supreme treasure of the sky splitter battle ape lineage. Even he coveted it. After everyone heard this laughter, they all looked towards the sky splitter. Chen and the demon ape also subconsciously turned their heads. When reality arrived in front of the sky splitter, all he had to do was stretch out his hand and grab the sky splitter. In the next moment, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color as the winds and clouds stirred, announcing that the sky splitter had a new master. In everyone's imagination, perhaps there would even be rainbow-colored clouds in the sky to witness this extraordinary event. However, that wasn't the case. The heavens and earth didn't lose their color, the winds didn't blow, the clouds didn't move, and there were no rainbow-colored clouds to witness this. Before reality could reach out to grab the sky splitter, a large hand suddenly appeared on the sky splitter. The large hand seemed to have appeared from the void and grabbed the sky splitter. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Here, when did another person appear? The large hand was pitch black like a claw. After grabbing the sky splitter, the void tore open and a figure appeared. This was a black figure that was much taller than the demonic ape. It was a sky-splitting battle ape, but it had a long beard. Its speed was extremely slow, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave. It was sloppy. When he appeared, he used the sky splitter's power to force his way out of the black hole. It looked very comical. However, at this moment, everyone was very surprised by the old ape's appearance. They didn't have time to laugh. The old ape appeared, holding the sky splitter in his hand. At the same time, he stared at reality in front of him. Reality also stared at the old ape. His expression seemed to be saying, "You took my item. Why are you staring at me?" The old ape asked. The corner of reality's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "That's mine." "What's yours?" The old ape asked again. "This, the sky splitter is mine," the old ape said. The old ape didn't seem to have woken up at first, but when he heard the word sky splitter, he suddenly woke up. His eyes widened with anger. He shouted, "What did you say?" Reality said word by word, "This sky splitter is mine." The old ape was really furious. He shouted again, "Do you dare to say that again?" Reality began to mobilize the power around him. He said coldly, "It's mine. Mine. Mine." Boom. The old ape was furious. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He was furious because of reality's words. He gripped the sky splitter tightly and suddenly swung it at reality. It was also at this moment that reality launched a powerful attack at the old ape. Boom. The old ape's strike had the power to destroy heaven and earth and extinguish everything in its path. When the strike struck the corporeal powerhouse's attack, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, destroying the corporeal powerhouse's attack. At the same time, the sky splitter didn't slow down and hit reality's body. Pang! Another rumble was heard as the corporeal realm expert was sent flying by the staff. In the field, the moment the old ape picked up the sky splitter, the light barrier disappeared. Everyone regained their freedom, but their eyes were still on the old ape. As the old ape swung the staff, a powerful force shook the field. Everyone's surprised expressions immediately turned into horror. Fart. Reality was sent flying. He coughed up blood and flew 100 meters before collapsing. After reality fell, he didn't get up again. He had been killed by the old ape with a single attack. Everyone was stunned when they felt reality's life aura disappear. The old ape, who was originally sloppy and careless, now exuded a powerful aura. This aura made everyone tremble. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. "You dare target the sky splitter of my sky splitter lineage? You're courting death," the old ape said coldly. The experts looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. A corporeal realm expert had been killed just like that. The old ape's cold gaze swept around. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye until they saw the devil ape and Chen. Seeing the injured Chen, the old ape pointed the sky splitter at Chen. As his finger landed, a rich life aura flowed out of the sky splitter and into Chen's body. Chen's injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Chen's injuries had completely healed. This surprised and delighted Chen. Now that Chen's injuries had healed, The old ape did not continue to look at Zichen. Instead, he looked at the devil ape and immediately withdrew his powerful aura. He said emotionally, "So many years have passed. I never thought that the Sky Splitter lineage would reappear. Not bad at all. Come, child, take the Sky Splitter." With that, the old ape stabbed the Sky Splitter back into the ground. The devil ape looked at the old ape and then at Zichen. The latter nodded, encouraging him to go forward. This time, there was no pressure. The devil ape could walk through with ease. As for the surrounding people, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, much less take a step forward. The devil ape walked step by step towards the Sky Splitter and then grabbed it in his hand. The old ape laughed loudly. "Good, very good. Child, welcome back. Next, you'll get what belongs to you." As his words fell, the Sky Splitter emitted a dazzling light. Then, both the devil ape and the Sky Splitter disappeared. The devil ape had disappeared, but the old ape was still there. Zichen's expression changed. He asked, "What did you do to him? What can I do to him? He's going to get what belongs to him." The old ape smiled. Zichen looked around and then at the old ape. He asked again, "What about me? You?" The old ape looked at Zichen and said mockingly, "You're not a member of the Sky Splitter faction. Naturally, you'll go back to where you came from." Zichen knew something was wrong. He said, "Look at me. Where else can I go? Can't you take me to a safe place? You're not a member of the Sky Splitter faction." "Of course not. But I'm friends with the devil ape." "But you're a human." Looking at the old ape who did not give him any face, Zichen said angrily, "Old man, you're trying to kill me." The old ape laughed mockingly. "Whether you die or not is your problem. What does it have to do with me?" With that, the old ape's figure disappeared into the void. "Damn it, you old bastard." Zichen cursed at the sky. However, immediately after, he felt numerous gazes filled with malicious intent sweep over him. He turned his head and looked around. He discovered that 2 corporeal realm experts and 8 emptiness realm experts were looking at him with ridicule as they approached Zichen. "Damn it." Zichen cursed again. Then, he flapped his lightning wings and ran away at top speed. "You want to run? Not so easy." An explosive roar sounded. 7 or 8 illusory spaces spread out and pressed down on Zichen. An illusory space suddenly appeared on Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen relied on this illusory space to pass through the blockade in an instant. Then, he suddenly changed direction and ran in the other direction. The sudden change of direction surprised everyone. By the time they wanted to change their path, it was already too late. Therefore, Zichen flashed to the corporeal stage expert's corpse and took it away. This was Zichen's goal. Not good. He took the corporeal stage expert's corpse. He's still so greedy even when he's about to die. He missed the best opportunity to escape. This time, he's definitely going to die. So what if he gets the treasure? He may have the life to take it, but he won't have the life to use it. The group of illusory stage experts sneered and surrounded Zichen. The 2 corporeal stage experts also stood in the air and looked at him mockingly. Further away was the group of princes. They stood in the distance and mocked Zichen's greedy actions.